Checking and testing. We're getting ready to get going here on Breakers TV. Happy everybody's joining us. We'll be getting going around 6:45 CST. Warm-ups will begin in 5 minutes. We will have video of that.
Strength isn't built in a single race. It's earned, mile after mile, pedal after pedal, step after step. The same endurance that drives athletes to the finish line fuels the steady hands and sharp focus required in surgery. It's about resilience, precision, and commitment in competition and in the operating room. Because true performance means showing up with excellence, no matter the arena.
Need an oil change but can't find the time? Matt Bowers Hyundai has free pickup and delivery for oil changes. If you live or work near Matt Bowers Hyundai in Gulfport, it doesn't get any easier. We'll come pick up your car at your home or business, leave you a loaner vehicle, change your oil, and give you a complimentary inspection. We'll even throw in a free car wash and bring your vehicle right back same day, zero hassle. Call now to schedule.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai, Gulfport.
Ben & Jerry's is serving up true ice cream euphoria inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. You're sure to find your new favorite among more than 34 flavors. Let us scoop yours in one of our freshly baked waffle cones. Ben & Jerry's at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Biloxi, where euphoria awaits.
Fly in for a daiquiri that scores every time. Mile High Daiquiris is an aviation-themed daiquiri shop and the official daiquiri of the Biloxi Breakers. Open 7 days a week and offering 15 refreshing flavors, Jello shots, beer, and even a non-alcoholic daiquiri. They supply mobile daiquiris for weddings, birthday parties, and events. Only 4.6 miles west of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Coliseum. Grab your crew and come try the best daiquiris on the Gulf Coast where flavor takes flight. Become a frequent flyer at 1107 Cohen Road, Suite B, Gulfport.
At Superior Optical Lab, we're proud to be certified as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and to provide quality eyewear to veterans to whom we all owe our freedom. Thank you for your service.
Recharge your body. Reset your mind. Revive your spirit. At Revive and Thrive, every detail is designed to elevate your recovery and well-being. Unwind in our serene salt therapy room and float suite. Awaken your senses with the benefits of cold water immersion. Then, step into a custom-built sauna featuring soft Himalayan salt lighting for athletes, adventurers, and anyone ready to unlock the power of recovery. Discover the difference at reviveandthrivems.com.
The Mississippi Gulf Coast is where community and teamwork come together, on and off the ice. Foshi Residential is proud to support the Biloxi Breakers as they bring the heat to the rink this season. Foshi Residential manages 3 unique apartment communities along the coast, each offering modern finishes, resort-style amenities, and a location that puts coastal living right at your doorstep. Ready to find your community? Visit foshiresidential.com/Biloxi Breakers for more information.
When injury knocks you out, Bienville Orthopedic Specialists will be there for you every step of the way. We are here to get you back in the game, back in motion, back to your life. Our elite team of orthopedic specialists will work side by side with you, educating you about your treatment plan, utilizing advanced technology, and providing you with a successful path to recovery. Bienville Orthopedic Specialists. We will get you back.
When things heat up, you don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest one. The cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged one. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Coastal Prints is a brand new business on the coast specializing in screen printing, embroidery, and promotional items. Being local and with 30 plus years of experience, Coastal Prints carries all the hottest clothing brands and thousands of promotional items. Uniforms, workwear, hats, drinkware, coolers, tchotchkes, and much more. Coastal Prints will make your brand and logo stand out. Come see the new showroom on Seaway Road in Gulfport, or visit coastalprints.com or call 228-COASTAL.
Hello out there, we're on the air, it's hockey night tonight. Tension grows, the whistle blows, and the puck goes down the ice. The goalie jumps and the players bump and the fans all go insane. Someone roars, Bobby scores at the good old hockey game. Oh, the good old hockey game is the best game you can name. And the best game you can name is the good old hockey game. Where players dash, the skates are flash, the home team trails behind. But they grab the puck and go bursting up and they're down across the line. They storm the crease like bumblebees, they travel like a burning flame. We see them slide the puck inside, it's a good old hockey game.
Skating around for warm-ups here inside Landon Arena at the Stormont Vale Event Center from Topeka, Kansas. I'm your man, Devin Dobeck, along with you. It's the Breakers and the Scarecrows going at it for the first time this season. Of course, they will meet a handful of times this year, so expect these two big, powerful, high-scoring, physical teams to put on a show in each of their meetings. Of course, a lot of similarities between these two teams, and it starts at the top with the ownership group. Don Lewis and Chris Briniarski, of course, have ownership stake in both the Breakers and the Scarecrows. We're expecting a crowd of about 6,000 to the liking of them. It's going to be a raucous environment here inside Landon Arena. They've opened up the upper bowl. We didn't see that in the neutral site games last year, in which the Dashers Hockey Club, the Port Huron Prowlers, and the Baton Rouge Zydeco participated in. But here we go. Topeka has more than earned their right to have a professional hockey team. And we're just moments away from dropping the first puck in professional hockey in over 2 decades here. It's been quite some time since professional hockey. Of course, the name revives the original Topeka Scarecrows, a CHL and USHL franchise from 98 to 2003. Max capacity of about 8,000 here, so we're going to have a pretty full house with those 6,000. 3,500 at each of those neutral site games I mentioned. One of the biggest storylines for tonight, though, is, of course, the first signing in Topeka Scarecrows history. Legendary FPHL enforcer, of course, Justin Schmidt, will be out of the lineup serving his one-game suspension for his actions against the Indiana Sentinels last weekend on the road. We're going to keep it at warm-ups, and I'll be back in a few short moments right here on Breakers TV. Taking a look at Xavier Charbonneau there. Some nifty stick handling. Made his FPHL debut last Saturday in the loss to the Monroe Moccasins. Or rather, excuse me, did not participate in that game. So, you know, he's a guy who's really excited to get going. Xavier Charbonneau wearing number 11, making his professional debut tonight, from Val David, Quebec. 22 years old. Most recently, it was with the Tottenham Railers in 2024-25. Of course, they're an affiliate of the Biloxi Breakers now up there in Canada. So shout out to our friends in Tottenham who are joining us here on the stream. Blake Keller to his right, one of just 4 returners between the transfer of the Mississippi Seawolves into the Biloxi Breakers. Of course, along with Keller, Dalton Anderson, Lucas Pekarzik, and Curtis Hansen. Down on the other end, there's Scott Koash. Scored the first goal in franchise history last Friday against the Sentinels. An FPHL veteran in his own right, Koash from Plainfield, Illinois, made his professional debut with the Danville Dashers many years ago. Since then has played for Motor City, Monroe, and now Topeka on his 4th FPHL team. Another couple of good shots of center ice at warm-ups. We'll see if anybody's patrolling the red line tonight. I'm sure this crowd is going to want some physical play, maybe a fight or so. So we'll see if anybody in the white shirts will answer the bell here tonight in a game where the home crowd will certainly play a huge factor. Ten more minutes on the warm-up clock here. Before the teams will head back to the dressing rooms for a few moments, we're going to have an extended pregame as well. So I want to brace everybody for that. There will be an extended pregame. So we will not be getting going just at 7:05. Topeka, they've waited 20 years for pro hockey. They're certainly going to make it count in the pregame, and who can blame them? Looking forward to seeing that show. We'll have that right here on the broadcast. If you're joining us on CPR Rocks 106.3, welcome to you as well. I'll try and give you a pretty good description of what's going on in the moment as well, but we're happy to have you on board here. Once again, my name's Devin Dobek, the voice of the Breakers. Breakers come in 0-1-0, coming off a 9-5 loss last Saturday against the Monroe Moccasins. First goal in franchise history for them, Declan Conway. And how about a Gordie Howe hat trick while we're at it? Of course, when I say that, I mean a Gordie Howe hat trick, a goal, an assist, and a fighting major. He took down Parker Moskal in that game. Pretty good fight. It's on our social media channels. You should definitely go give it a check. If you're not following us, please, on Facebook, search up at Biloxi Breakers Professional Hockey, or Biloxi Breakers Pro Hockey, On Instagram, same thing. Biloxi Breakers Pro Hockey should come right up. We're rebuilding the accounts right now, so bear with us in the meantime. But all kinds of exciting content, engaging content for the fans. Hope you can follow along, learn more about some of your favorite players. There's Dalton Anderson right there. Anderson, 5'9", 187 from Havelock, Ontario. 29 years old, has played in 209 FPHL games. And with that, a perfect 100 points. Third straight season playing in Biloxi. Previously, Anderson played for the River Dragons, the Elmira Mammoth, the Port Huron Prowlers, and of course, the Seawolves. We'll reveal the starting lineup for the Biloxi Breakers right now. It's going to be Yaroslav Yevdokimov starting over at right wing. Of course, a guy who many Biloxi fans are very stoked to have back. In 22-23 with the Seawolves, led the FPHL in goals with 52 and was a second-team All-Star. He's played professionally in Russia 3, the KHL, the VHL, the ECHL, the SPHL, and more. So very decorated veteran being plugged into Charlie Penn's lineup. Over at center, Caden Henry, who scored his first goal as a Breaker last weekend as well against Monroe. Really nifty move, given a goal and an assist in that game. But traded from Monroe on October 6th for the rights to Andrew Stacy, who heads off or is currently with the Roanoke Rail Yard Dogs in the SPHL. But if he's ever released from them, then his rights will belong to the Moccasins. On the left wing will be another rookie making his FPHL debut. That's Ewan Morrison. In 24-25 with Red Lake in the SIJHL, he had 38 games played, 9 goals, 23 assists to go along with that. On the defensive side of things, it'll be Declan Flanagan. In his third year in the FPHL, suiting up for the Breakers, he'll be getting the start for Charlie Penn's group. Of course, he played for Penn's with Watertown Wolves last season. Next to him as his partner will be Cole Crowder, who we saw play as a forward for most of the game before shifting to defense. Scored his first professional goal on October 11th against the Moccasins as well. He's played for the Worcester Railers of the ECHL, Peoria, and Quad City of the SPHL. In goal, the million-dollar question, Eloi Bouchard, who came in after Rosenzweig was lifted, surrendering 4 goals on 11 shots to open the game in Monroe. Bouchard came in and made 37 saves on the remaining 42 shots in what would ultimately be a 9-5 Breakers loss. About 3.5 minutes more of warm-ups here. But you can tell this place is just about ready to explode when the Scarecrows starters will come out. I would imagine they're going to bring out all of them one by one for their home opening game. But yes, last second, we were told it was going to be a delayed start due to an elongated pregame for Topeka. So bear with us. The puck will be dropping. Well, we'll let you know when the puck will be dropping as soon as we do. Fans continuing to file in here. We got some pretty cool shots we'll share with you momentarily. We just don't want to give away the farm because looks like we're going to have a little more time pregame here. Huge welcome to everybody joining us on Breakers TV within YouTube. We're happy to have you along board with us. If you're joining us on 106.3 CPR Rocks, happy to have you as well. We'll try and give you the full experience that the viewers are getting on YouTube and Sporfy. As the players are beginning to exit the ice, couple more ticks on the clock here before the Zamboni will come out once again. Teams have exited. Zamboni will be on the ice momentarily. I'm sure they're going to be setting up some sort of performance for the pregame, which I've alluded to. But an exciting matchup we have in store for you. Once again, no Justin Schmidt in the lineup as he's serving a one-game suspension for his actions last weekend against the Indiana Sentinels. While we have a free moment here, I had a chance earlier to sit down and chat with Charlie Penns Jr., the head coach of the Biloxi Breakers. Let's see what he had to say. Devin Dobeck here with head coach Charlie Penns Jr. of the Biloxi Breakers. It's the home opener for the Topeka Scarecrows tonight. The Breakers come in at 0-1-0. The Topeka Scarecrows 2-0. Coach, you're going to come into an environment tonight. We're expecting 6,000 fans here in the Stormont Vail Event Center. It's going to be loud. They're going to have a big pregame festivity ceremony. It's going to be nuts. How are you going to take the crowd and shift the momentum back into the Breakers' direction early on?
Well, we have to come out fast, and basically, I would love to get the first goal of the game and just get the crowd quiet right off the jump. I know that they're going to have a lot of festivities before the game, so coming out fast, coming out hard, and getting that first goal.
A lot of guys who've been proven scorers in the league were taken in the expansion draft to the Topeka Scarecrows. Among them, of course, Scott Koash, Elijah Wilson, Hugo Koch. How are you going to limit those superstar FPHL players?
Yeah, we just we're going to game plan basically to line match and keep those guys at bay pretty much all game. I think we have more speed, we have more endurance than these guys, so that's the game plan for us.
After a week of practice on home ice and getting to see kind of the roster you've built here thus far, are there any players to watch for the Breakers here tonight who can make an impact?
Yeah, obviously, I think Yarrow is definitely a guy that we're going to have to get on the ice in key situations. We also have Ewan Morrison, which is a nice big pickup for this week. And, we changed some things on defense this week, so I'm excited for the game.
Yarrow, of course, led the FPHL in goals in 2022-23, playing for the Mississippi Seawolves, ironically enough. He had 52 goals in that season, was up in the MVP conversation as well. But, Coach, wrapping up here, what are your keys to the game to help the Breakers get a win here in a loud and raucous environment?
Our defense has to play better. Our goaltending has to play better than last week. But, having a full week on the ice with at the Coliseum, I think is going to benefit us. Obviously, getting the first goal and keep pouring on.
The Breakers and the Scarecrows going at it at 7:05 CST. You can find us on YouTube at Biloxi Breakers FPHL, on Sporfy, of course, on Breakers TV, through the FPHL website, and on 106.3 CPR Rocks. If you're joining us at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, we're happy to have you. Looking forward to Breakers hockey here in Game 2 of the 25-26 regular season.
That was head coach Charlie Penns Jr. A huge thank you to him for joining me on the show, looking for his first win as the head skipper for the Biloxi Breakers. Of course, Charlie Penns was the head coach for the Watertown Wolves last season through 17 games, posted a record of 11-5-1. Also had a decorated playing career himself. Played major junior for both Patrick Waugh and Pascal Vincent. He's worked for Robbie Glantz as a power skating, or who is the power skating coach for the LA Kings, and he's trained with Mark Chiaccio, the skills coach for the New York Rangers, multiple off seasons, picking up plenty of experience and developmental skills. So Coach Penns is a guy well versed in coaching hockey, now with his second professional team after closing out his playing career in 22-23 as the captain of the Watertown Wolves, and now the head honcho for the Biloxi Breakers. As I mentioned earlier, if you're just joining us, welcome. My name's Devin Doback. Happy to have you on board here. If you're wondering why we're not dropping the puck in a minute, it's news to me as well. They're going to have an elongated pregame. They just put 23 minutes on the clock. Again, they gave us no notice of this, but 23 minutes, or we knew it was going to be a little delayed, but we thought a couple minutes. It looks like we're going to get going more around 7:30. So bear with us in the meantime. Try and kill some air for you, but it's been a great offseason for the Breakers. Building the roster was fun, of course, with the return of Yaro Yevdokimov. A lot of Breaker fans are happy about that. The former Mississippi Seawolf led the league with 52 goals back in 22-23, the last time Penns played. But he was in the Watertown Wolves colors. Breakers will be wearing their white uniforms here tonight. They have three primary uniforms, of course, a white, a royal, and a black. I'm hearing the black is going to be exclusively for Friday home games. So a really cool opportunity to make a blackout at Breaker Bay. It's going to be pretty cool to create that raucous environment. We can't wait to welcome everybody on October 31st and November 1st inside the Mississippi Coast Coliseum. Once again, a hello to everybody joining us. Going to continue to update you. You can see the clock they have down below here. And it looks like, I would imagine the pregame festivities will begin before that. It's just a couple more probes back and forth for the Zamboni driver before we're all set with the ice once again here. Topeka Scarecrows' name was eventually selected after being up in the air. Of course, they experimented with both the Roadrunners and the Scarecrows in the neutral site games last season, and ultimately felt that the Scarecrows' name was what the people wanted. Let's give you a few shots from the pregame here at the Stormont Vale Event Center. As you can see, the calm before the storm, a big venue, but not the biggest, of course. That's Breaker Bay, holding up to 9,000. This one can seat about 7,500. You can see the upper bowl up there was not open for the neutral site games, and a flurry of fans coming in. This was earlier at 5:30 p.m. As soon as they open those doors, you can see the line outside that window as well. Just people filing in to take in some Scarecrows hockey. The concourse has been buzzing the whole time. I think another reason for the delayed start is they wanted to make sure that all 6,000 they're expecting get in the door in time. Some people who will become the diehards for these Scarecrows made it in real early. As I mentioned, these shots more than an hour before puck drop, hanging around with the mascot. Chick-fil-A in the house as well. Shout out to our friends at Chick-fil-A Edgewater Mall who had the boys in yesterday to help out behind the line. Caught a couple creepy Scarecrows. I'm sure there's a few young people that will not become Scarecrows fans just because of everything that goes with it. But I'll look at the Breakers locker room here. For Breakers hockey. If you're just joining us, fans, happy to have you on board. 19 minutes remain on the clock here from the Stormont Vale Event Center, more familiarly known as Landon Arena to the locals. But really excited to bring you Breakers coverage this season. Breakers scored all 5 of their goals last weekend on the power play, which is an incredible feat, but you'd like to see them get some even strength goals. Down in the corner to my right, off of the camera, there's a school of about 300 people who I'm hearing are going to be delivering the national anthem. So that should be pretty cool to see the youth out on the ice here at Landon Arena. Another big shout out to John Clement, the former broadcaster last season for the Mississippi Seawolves, now with the Topeka Scarecrows. But John is all the way at the other end of the arena. I'm more down in the right end of things, probably on the circles in where the Breakers warmed up around there. John was at the exact opposite, so around the circles where the Scarecrows warmed up. But a really good view here inside the Stormont Vale Event Center. We're about midway up. We showed you that shot of the arena earlier on with the upper deck. We are right above the ribbon banner, so it doesn't get much better. Right on top of the game. Hope you're enjoying our crowd mic as well, so we'll pick up all the sounds of the game as well as the sights. We're just trying to filibuster with you here. We appreciate everybody so much for joining us. Again, this game was scheduled for 7:05 CST, but last minute we just found out it will be a delayed start. There's going to be an elongated pregame. They've got 17 minutes on the clock. I would imagine they are not going to wait that entire 17 minutes with the ice done before things begin. I would imagine we're going to get going shortly. I see the MC, whose name escapes me, but a great guy I met at the neutral site games last season. He's wearing the Dumb and Dumber Halloween style costume, or rather, you know, those orange and baby blue suits that they wore in the movie. He's wearing the orange one to stick out and, of course, represent the orange Topeka Scarecrows. But he's going to fire the place up. Off camera once again, Don Lewis, the owner of both the Breakers and the Scarecrows, having a quick chat with him, making sure all the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. Had a chance to catch up with Don earlier today. He's really excited. Let me tell you, this is something he's worked so hard all offseason for. We saw about 12 billboards on our Uber here. And of course, I took an Uber early to make sure we could get everything up and running ahead of time. So once again, I apologize personally for everything that happened last weekend when Rose Feet, of course, had problems of their own. But we had some issues. It was game 1, but we're excited to bring you games 2 through 56 right here on Breakers TV. And hopefully we get up to at least, doing a little quick math, 65 games, which I believe is the minimum number of games to win the Commissioner's Cup, with 3 rounds in the playoffs. There might be a play-in game as well. Of course, the 5 played the 4 last year in the FPHL. But the FPHL has adopted the NHL rulebook, so there will be some minor changes, not anything too concerning. They're just going to be officiating the game the same way that the NHL does. Dave Jackson, who's actually works with the NHL and their officials, has been meeting with Paul Jean, the director of officiating for the FPHL, and helping implement the NHL's policies and rules. Right here in the FPHL. But bear with us here, 15 minutes on the clock. Like I said, hopefully they will be getting the pregame before that as fans continue to roll in to what's a packed Stormont Vale Event Center. Let's take a look at that short 90-second clip once again. And just so if anybody's joining us a little late, they can see everything that was going down here. inside the Stormont Vale Event Center about 90 minutes before puck drop. This was just before the doors opened at about 5:25, the calm before the storm inside the Stormont Vale Event Center. So I'm just above the ribbon banner, splitting the upper and lower decks. But a whole flurry of fans were filing on in here before the game. It was pretty cool to have the chance to talk and meet with some of their staff. Scarecrows mascot tried to give me a high five. I almost threw him down the stairs. Of course, I'm joking, but he went to give me a high five, and I said, nope, go Breakers. And then he made just about... he was disgusted with me. Mascots obviously don't say a whole lot, but he was shooing me away. He wanted nothing to do with me. Excited to see Hook on home ice. Of course, the mascot for the Breakers. Blending the two eras of the Mississippi Seawolves with the Biloxi Breakers. Hook is going to put on quite the show in pregame. But you see some of the stuff around the Stormont Vale Event Center. That was the locker room. Sweet Caroline getting going here. Of course, as a Massachusetts native, I love that song. You either hate it or you love it, but it just reminds me of being in Fenway Park in the bottom of the 8th inning. But neither here nor there. Baseball season is about to conclude, of course, in the championship series for both the American League and the National League. But it's hockey season now. Wow. I don't know if you caught that, but the PA announcer just echoed exactly what I said. We're going to take it down to Joel, the PA announcer in the booth. He's going to get the fans going here inside the Stormont Vale Event Center momentarily. But a huge shout out to everybody joining us. Appreciate everybody's patience, whether you're joining us on YouTube, on Sporfy, on Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, or on 106.3 CPR Rocks. Shout out to our DJ Kyle at Breakers Home Games. And of course, he's producing the games for 106.3 CPR Rock. So shout out to Kyle back in the studio. Appreciate all he's doing to make sure we can get Breakers games to as many people as we can. Excited for our home opening weekend, October 31st and November 1st. It's Halloween, we understand, but we hope you can bring the kids. We're going to be giving out some candy. There's going to be costumes all around the arena. We might even have a few contests. I know our game day coordinator, Lainey Forehand, has a few aces up her sleeve, so excited to see what she's going to prepare for about 2 weeks from now. If you're interested in group tickets, I'm calling on all of you, schools, families, organizations, companies, everybody. Contact our Assistant General Manager, Nate Gosline. His email is as follows, ngosline, that's NGOSLINE, at BiloxiBreakers.net. If you're interested in group tickets or want to learn more, check out our website, BiloxiBreakers.net as well. Season ticket sales will end on October 21st, so you're running out of time. You got 4 more days if you want to lock in your spot inside the Mississippi Coast Coliseum. We've already hit a record number of season ticket sales at around 900. So if you want to be one of those rabid Breakers fans, we would love to have you inside Breaker Bay. Individual game tickets will go on sale October 22nd. So if you're looking to just pop in to a few Breakers games, we hope that we're going to put on such a show for you that you'll be at many, many more. But if you're looking for individual game tickets as opposed to an entire season, those will go on sale October 22nd. Stay tuned to our social media to learn more. 10 minutes on the clock here, as it looks like the final preparations are being done here inside Landon Arena. In the intermissions today, we're going to hear from Brett Riley, the assistant coach for the Biloxi Breakers and the head strength and conditioning coach in his own right for the team. But Brett sat down with him a couple weeks ago. We now got his show on YouTube. So check that out. That's on our channel if you're watching on YouTube right here at Biloxi Breakers FPHL. But we'll be hearing the first half of Brett's interview in the first intermission and the second half in the second. If you're not following us on social media, we have new social media channels, so please join us. If you search Biloxi Breakers Pro Hockey on Instagram or Facebook, you can follow along for all the content you will need for Breakers Hockey. Check out our website. I've been working hard on some articles to get everybody some sort of knowledge going into the season on the opposition. Looking over to my right here, I actually see a Trey Fisher Topeka Scarecrows jersey. How is that possible? The neutral site games. They raffled off the jerseys afterwards. Fisher was with the Dashers Hockey Club, which represented the Topeka Scarecrows. And it looks like that fan just unfortunately picked the wrong guy because he's going to be wearing the Breakers white tonight as opposed to the Scarecrows black. 8 minutes to go here in our elongated pregame. Once again, would like to apologize to people who are starting to get impatient on here. We just found out last minute that is going to be an elongated pregame. And we figured that would be, a few minutes, maybe 10 or 15, but it looks like we're going to get things going closer to about 7:35 or 7:30 or 45. So bear with us. I would think 35. Out of the lineup tonight on injured reserve for the Biloxi Breakers is number 77, Fabian Leonard. Out of Basel, Switzerland, 27 years old, has played in 23 FPHL games, all with the Watertown Wolves. 8 goals, 6 assists, 14 points in that span, but he hopefully will be back in a couple weeks, probably watching back home at the Loft. Shout out to our partner at the Lofts, of course, the jersey sponsor for the Breakers. Also out of the lineup, Bruno Parente, forward 5'10", 175, a rookie who in 24-25 was with the Tottenham Railers of the GMHL, a teammate of Xavier Charbonneau there. 21 years old. But no Bruno and no Fabian tonight. Nathan Hardy out of the lineup as well. Hardy is a guy with some serious potential, though, and that's why Coach Charlie Penn signed him, looking to exercise that. But Hardy, a GMHL champion in 21-22. He had 166 points in 95 games for the Temiskaming Titans in the GMHL. But Hardy, a guy who will get going eventually. He's got one of the most unique and quick shots on the team. There was also one extra forward who took warm-ups. We're not sure who will be out of the lineup tonight. Coach Charlie Penn sent his entire roster plus one out for warm-ups, and he's going to make that determination. He probably already has. But one of the skaters here will also be out of the lineup. We'll try and grab a beat on that for you as soon as we can. But Topeka is going to play a physical game. So Charlie Penn's wanted to make sure that he was putting in his scrappy guys. Expect a big night from Brandon Lucchese. Lucchese, 6 foot, 208 from Woodbridge, Ontario, 25 years old, playing in his 43rd FPHL game tonight. He's got 17 goals, 13 assists for 30 points in that span. Has not played in the Fed since 2024. Played for the River Sharks and the Delaware Thunder. Clock making its way down to about 4 minutes here. I would imagine it's going to run all the way down if we've come this far. So we'll take a quick break and bring you a couple looks at training camp. So please enjoy this quick video. While you were taking in that short video of course, Motley Crue, Take Me to the Top over that one. All rights to music are not ours. But they just came over the PA system and said that in 30 seconds, we are going to get things going. I'll stay with you as well. For those of our friends listening on 106.3, CPR Rocks walk you through everything going on here inside the Stormont Vail Event Center. But I would imagine they're going to kill the lights in about 10 seconds here. So we will take it to ice level. The lights are off here, and the intro video has begun. They're not showing the video on the camera feed just yet. Intro video continuing on here, showing all the beautiful parts of the nation's capital here in Kansas. Currently going over the coronavirus and how that thwarted hockey here in Topeka. Of course, not professional hockey, but 5 years ago was when hockey definitely fizzled out here in Topeka due to the pandemic. Now showing some highlights from the neutral site games last season on the video board here between the Roadrunners and the Scarecrows. Showing some of the old Topeka Scarecrows as well from back in the late 90s to the early 2000s. Pro Hockey is Back has been their motto this whole time as they show the old logo animation animating to the new one. Now some shots from the 25-26 Topeka Scarecrows. That will conclude intro video number 1 here. Some fans with their phone lights out. It looks like they're bringing in a police car. A police car's coming in from the corner of the ice. There's a car on the ice. You know, as cliche as it is, you really see something different every time you're at an FPHL game. Not one, not two, not, well, three. 3 police cars escorting some of the Scarecrow staff onto the ice, as well as the national anthem performers. It's about 300 of them waddling onto the ice, holding onto the dasher. They got the Scarecrows tunnel set up to my left over in the Zamboni doors where the Scarecrows will fire out. Mascot introduction set to get going here as you see the kids moving onto the ice. But here comes the Scarecrows mascot. See if we can get a shot of him. He's waving his stick around at center ice, banging it on the ice, banging it on the glass, getting the fans going here inside the Sormont Vale Events Center. He's heading over to center ice. Does a full pirouette 360, slicing his stick around like the slasher. Pretty fitting here in October as the Scarecrow ready to plant his stick at center ice, or so it appears. Waiting for the fans to fire him up as they're bringing out the Topeka Scarecrows. There's Jacob Gagnon with the American flag coming out of the tunnel. Defenseman. Quinn O'Reilly from Wichita, Kansas comes out with a Kansas flag. A couple ex-Dashers, which of course was the team I worked for last season, the Dashers Hockey Club. One more on the Scarecrows we'll get to later. Here's Hugo Koch. So it looks like everybody's got some sort of flag. Hugo Koch comes out with an American flag. Elijah Wilson. 4 goals and an assist through 2 games for a guy acquired from the Baton Rouge Zydeco for Ross Bartlett. Now TJ Sneath with the American flag. A lot of American flags. And then O'Reilly with the Kansas as the Kansas native, of course. Scott Koash, who scored the first goal in Scarecrows franchise history on the ice. The strobe lights of the police cars whipping all around here inside the Stormont Vale Event Center. Douglas Blaisdell, the assistant captain for the Scarecrows, comes out with the American flag. Corey Checo with an American flag as well. Hugo Koch is Swedish, but he's got an American flag. It looks like everybody really does. So maybe it's something that we're going to be doing with the national anthem here, is why everybody's got a flag. Gordon Whalen, former Carolina Thunderbird, comes out of the tunnel. Thomas Murphy, the enforcer. And of course, one of the fan favorites back in Danville with the Dashers, takes the ice. Also has played for the Watertown Wolves. Connor Lind, acquired in the expansion draft from the Columbus River Dragons, skates out. Everybody's had an American flag other than O'Reilly with the Kansas. And I know that there's 25 people, at least, maybe 50 here to see O'Reilly play in his home state of Kansas. What a cool opportunity for him to get to play here. Alex Norwinski just took the ice. Following him, Carter Thornton lining up between the cruisers here on the Scarecrows' blue line. National anthem singers still being escorted onto the ice. Zach Papapetros, the former Athens Rock Lobster, played a dozen games for them last season, now winds up here with the Scarecrows. Jakob Wolf will be the final skater before Avery Smith, that is, of course. Avery Smith, the last skater officially to come out. Another guy traded from Athens here to Topeka. Smith was known and a fan favorite for the Motor City Rockers as well. Daniel Brizgalov, the netminder, comes out as well. The starting goalie will be Sammy Bernard, who comes out here. Lafayette, Colorado native. A career in the FPHL with a .910 save percentage, 3.300 goals against average, and 3 career shutouts. Played Division I for the Sacred Heart Pioneers back in 2014 to 17. As the final, looks like everything's starting to wrap up here as far as the player intros. I would imagine there will be another hype video at some point. But you take a look at the scene here from Landon Arena. Definitely worth the wait for the Scarecrows fans. But I know Breakers fans want to drop the puck already. They're getting antsy. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Once again, if you're joining us on Breakers TV, on YouTube, on Sporfy, or on 106.3 CPR Rocks for the radio call of the game. Happy to have you along with us, and shout out to our friends at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, Mississippi. The official watch party spot of the Biloxi Breakers. Here comes Robbie Nichols in on a Jeep. Robbie Nichols, the head coach of the Scarecrows, is on the back of a Jeep waving the American flag all around. Robbie Nichols is a showman. That's something that he certainly has been known for his vibrant outfits. Although tonight it looks like he's gone with the black and orange. But talk about making an entrance for Robbie Nichols, who returns to the FPHL for the first time in a couple seasons. He was known as a player, of course, NHL draft selection. It looks like they're banging some sort of drum here as everybody will chime in with their sticks, hands, whatever they've got with them. Breakers staff has scored it onto the ice as well. Charlie Pens, Brett Riley, and Mike Roy will be on the bench. Having to shuffle past some smaller guys to get through to where they're supposed to be. As looks like they'll be presenting the colors now. We'll go to our national anthem here and get ready for puck drop moments away here from inside the Stormont Vail Events Center.
Gentlemen, lead from 8th Center, as we now welcome students from Topeka's East District's McCarter Elementary, led by Ms. the very first national anthem in the Scarecrow history. Yes.
Great rendition of God Bless America and our nation's anthem right before the game here. From two different elementary schools in either green or purple, respectively. And of course, here in Kansas, right at the end of the national anthem, it's the home of the Chiefs here, which just about boils my blood as a big fan of the New England Patriots. But Chiefs fans, you got to credit them. They are rabid, they are nuts, and they love their football team. As the Breakers will take the ice, led by Elwha Bouchard, the starting netminder for the Breakers. And they're on the ice. Fan just stopped and did a full pivot so he could two-handed boo at the Breakers before he scurries down the stairs to grab some last-minute snacks. Maybe use the bathroom, who knows? But we're getting ready for puck drop here. Still 4 cars on the ice, so we definitely are going to have to get the 300 or so kids off, then the cars, and then we'll have some hockey. But hello to everybody joining us here on Breakers TV. Once again, whether you're joining us on Breakers TV on YouTube, on Sportfy on 106.3 CPR Rocks for the radio call, or at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, Mississippi, we're happy to have you. Huge shout out to Matt at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, their manager, for getting everything going. Happy for them and all of their support of Breakers hockey. Nate Gosline should be there in the house too, the assistant general manager of the Breakers. Hoping that the team can bring home 6 points this weekend before they'll head into an off weekend next week, and then the home opener on October 31st and November 1st, game 2 at Breaker Bay. Again, the starters: Yaro Yevdokimov, Caden Henry, and Yuan Morrison, the starting forward line for Charlie Penn's group. The defensive pairing: Cole Crowder and Declan Flanagan, with Elwha Bouchard between the pipes. Elwha Bouchard, career .901 save percentage, 4.04 goals against average. He made quite the junior career, though. In 2019 to 2023 was with the Temiskaming Titans of the GMHL. Captain in his final season. His third year went a whopping 21-2-0 with a .937 save percentage. His jersey is retired there in Temiskaming. 3 times voted the fan favorite and a 21-22 champion there, as well as a 2-time All-Star. So Elwha's got quite the resume, but now heading into another season here. Career record for Elwha of 13-16-0-2. Breakers continue to glide around the ice. Kids just about off here, and then we'll get the cars out. but just about ready for hockey. It looks like we're going to have a ceremonial puck drop. 3 people will be doing the ceremonial puck drop as TJ Sneath, the assistant captain, slides over for the Scarecrows. Cole Crowder for the Breakers. Someone almost took a dive. Sneath almost pulled him off the rug there. Ceremonial puck drop continues here. Crowder and Sneath will shake hands. Ready for battle here inside Landon Arena. It's Hockey Night live from Topeka, Kansas. My name's Devin Dobek, along with you. Excited to bring you the Breakers and the Scarecrows live from inside the Stormont Vale Event Center. Sammy Bernard versus Elwha Bouchard. Charlie Penns versus Robbie Nichols. It's going to be a blast here. We'll take a quick break for our copyright and be back in 15 short seconds.
The following is a presentation of the Federal Prospects Hockey League. Any unauthorized broadcasts without the express written consent of the Biloxi Breakers and the FPHL are strictly prohibited.
Key announcer firing up the crowd here as 2 of 4 vehicles have left the ice. Here comes the third cruiser. My question is, as I'm sure many people are wondering, I wonder how the ice will be affected by the cars driving out there. You can definitely see some marks from where the tires have been. But how much will it affect the ice having 4 vehicles out there? That's the million-dollar question right now. Just about set for the Breakers and the Scarecrows. The officials make their way to center ice. It's been 20 years, they've said, since pro hockey's been here. They're ready to drop it. Are you ready, Breaker Nation? Ready to bring you our first official broadcast here on Breakers TV? Let's go Scarecrows, the chant from inside the Stormont Vale Events Center. And we're underway. Professional hockey's back in Topeka for the first time in 20-plus seasons. Douglas Blaisdell turns it over in the neutral zone. Puck goes up and over into the Scarecrows bench, and we'll have another quick whistle here. 1951 remaining on the game clocks. It'll be once again at center ice. Caden Henry taking it for the Breakers. Henry acquired via trade from the Monroe Moccasins on October 6th. For the rights to Andrew Stacy, currently with the Ronart Rail Yard Dogs. Flanagan slings it around the wall. Sneath looking in front for a tip from Wilson. And Bouchard gobbles that one up. Wilson looking at Flanagan. And here we go. A little bit of extracurriculars here. Not even 20 seconds into the hockey game. Pretty full house. The lower bowl is, I'd say, about 85 to 90% filled. The upper area, probably about, by my estimate, 65, 70%. So just about everywhere you look, there's a seat taken. Trey Fisher loses the draw to Scott Kovacs. Out to the point. Lynn shoots one. Tipped in front by Avery Smith. All the way over to the far wall. Broken out of the zone. Fisher chips it up the wall to Keller. He takes a hard hit into the wall from Blaisdell. Avery Smith skates to a dangerous part of the ice in the slot area. Frank Steinway, former HC Venom and Monroe Moccasin on the back end there. Gives it to Fisher, back for Steinway. Steinway has it jump over his stick out to the blue line. Blake Keller picks it off. Keller with an assist last weekend against the Moccasins. Lynn picks his pocket. Now the other way, Avery Smith through the Scarecrow logo at center. Gliding in, shoots, and that one's deflected off of Steinway wide. Breakers have not had much pressure early on. Charlie Penns mentioned in the pregame that he wanted them to have a hot start. They had a slow start in Monroe, and everybody knows how that went. As a good shot block that time from Declan Conway. Now here he comes over to the near side. Slams on the brakes. Nice move to his backhand. Coiling away from the pressure of Koash. Out to the far side. Picked up. Flanagan on goal. Rather wide. And it comes all the way back out to the neutral zone. Collected by Vladislav Pavlov, former Watertown Wolf and Carolina Thunderbird. Acquired via trade for the rights to Don Carter Jr. and Ed Coffey. Sent from Biloxi to Carolina. Cole Crowder down in the corner. Loses it to Quinn O'Reilly, the Wichita, Kansas native, more familiarly known as the Junk Dog. Hansen, touch pass to Infantino. Infantino celebrated his 25th birthday last Saturday in the loss to Monroe. Crowder pokes it back down low. Infantino slides it down the wall. Now in the end wall, Hansen able to chip it up to the point. Crowder's shot gobbled up by Bernard. And we'll get a whistle and a face-off. 17:49 to go here. Period one, still no score. Shots on goal, 1-1 early on. As Henry will glide back on out there with Ewan Morrison and Yaro Yevdokimov. Yevdokimov from Chelyabinsk, Russia, 32 years old. As here come the Scarecrows. Sent on in, deflected off a breaker's stick. Wilson now. Saucer pass to the near side. Lind, shooting one. Flutters over to the far corner wall. And now back the other way. Pavlov can't get it out of the zone. Turns it over. Wilson strolling on in through the slot, and he lost control. Sneath spinning one. And it goes over once again into that corner wall, which must have a magnet. Yevdokimov couldn't get the pass that time. Broken out of the zone. Another turnover forced by the Breakers. They're able to get it in deep. Pavlov down low. Quick chance in front. And Morrison couldn't reel it in. Morrison signed earlier this week to the Breakers, making his professional debut here tonight. Someone Charlie Pence has high hopes for this season. Pavlov, as his pass deflected right back to himself. Thank you very much. To the far side, Chandler Lynch, who was signed by Charlie Pence after being released from the Binghamton Black Bears. Spent his college days at George Mason. Now on the far side, here's coming over to the middle is Koch. Drop pass through the legs of Flanagan. Now over to Fisher. Fisher trying to power his way through Jacob Gagnon. Former teammates there. 4 ex-Dashers playing in this game. Fisher, Gagnon, Murphy, and O'Reilly. Fisher the only one wearing the Breakers white here on Breakers TV. Steinway makes a man miss. Koash takes a slide. Keller out of the zone, chips it up for Conway. Can't settle the bouncing puck, and it's sent on in deep. Fisher back down low to Conway. Conway trying to work it back towards Fisher. Comes out to the far circle. Koash breaks it out of the zone. Bank pass will come all the way in on Bouchard. He's going to play it. Risky play there. Gets it out to Crowder. Crowder out of the zone. Fisher couldn't control it. Long shift for him as he throws a quick hit into Whalen all the way back there. Fisher staying on the ice. It's the Breakers reset. Keller gets it to him. On over to Pavlov. Fisher heads off for a change to the middle. In on Bernard. Loose puck. And finally is smothered. 15:28 to go here. Media timeouts under 15 minutes, the whistle. Under 10 minutes and under 5. That will be the way we're going the entire season here from inside Landon Arena. To everybody who is so patient and now joining us here on Breakers TV, I'm so happy to have you on board with myself, Devin Dovack. I'm so pumped to bring you Breakers hockey all throughout this season, wherever you're tuning in from. Infantino taking the draw against Avery Smith over in the far circle in the Scarecrows end. Infantino loses this time. Back below the red line, the music going a little long here. They're not supposed to be playing that. But of course, night one here in Topeka, there's going to be a blunder here and there, as there was in Monroe. And hopefully will not be, but we shall see in Breaker Bay. But we have been working really hard for you to make sure that that home opener is going to be a blast. So make sure you're in the house. Individual game tickets go on sale October 22nd on the near side wall. Weak backhand pass over to Murphy. Murphy gliding through a few, flips it on goal and scores. Thomas Murphy with some nifty stick handling, pots his first goal as a Scarecrow. And they strike first here at home. Looked like the Breaker defender just got a little tied up there. Murphy, not the best move, but was able to slide it through the skates and lift it up and over the glove of Bouchard. Scarecrows 1, Breakers 0. 14:50 to go here, period 1. And we'll see if they're going to use immediate timeout. Looks like because of the goal, we're going to play another whistle to whistle. Scarecrows lead it, though, 1-0. Another look at the move from Murphy. He's able to muscle his way by Pavlov and just a flip shot over Bouchard. Pavlov going to want that one back. Shots are 3-1 in favor of the Scarecrows as the scoreboard reads. Sneath tried to shovel it back down low. It's picked off by Lynch. Lynch over to the far side for Morrison. Tape to Yevdokimov to his backhand. Tried to feed it down low for Henry, but he had his stick tied up. Henry down low below the end line. Coming in to help is Morrison. Over on the near side. Lynch on goal. Saved by Bernard. Wilson banking it off the wall. Here it comes back out to the neutral zone to the defensive end. Lynch. On over to Henry. Henry lets it go on by. No icing as they say it was deflected. Papapetros pivots away from the Breaker forecheck provided by Yevdokimov. And now here come the Scarecrows. It's Gagnon. Gagnon flips it way up and into the stands. That'll be a souvenir for a young lady who goes and collects it. Pretty cool to go to your first Scarecrows game and already you got a souvenir not even 6 minutes in. We'll take a quick break for our first media timeout and be back in a splash here on Breakers TV.
Strength isn't built in a single race. It's earned, mile after mile, pedal after pedal, step after step. The same endurance that drives athletes to the finish line fuels the steady hands and sharp focus required in surgery. It's about resilience, precision, and commitment, in competition and in the operating room. Because true performance means showing up with excellence, no matter the arena.
Bit of a shotgun start out of that media timeout. We bring you back. Breakers trailing 1-0 at the hands of the Topeka Scarecrows. Thomas Murphy with the first goal at home. It's now Keller taken down by Papapetros. Quick shot misses the goal from Trey Fisher. Back out to the neutral zone. Here's Cole Crowder. Crowder all the way back below his end line. Around the wall to Declan Conway. Bank pass with his backhand to Blake Keller. Keller on the far side through the neutral zone. Fisher couldn't get it back to Keller. Keller down low. Near Gretzky's office. Instead, it comes now to the near side corner. Keller using his body. Papapetros loose it. Fisher looking in front. Threw it off the side of the apron. Now Fisher looking for a fight. He's going to go for roughing as Papapetros wanted no part of that. And the Breakers are going to be the first team shorthanded here momentarily. Quick shot off the feet from Koch by Koash. And the Breakers will go a man down. Trey Fisher is going to get 2 for roughing. And so the Breakers will head to their first Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill of the evening. Let's go Scarecrows, the chant here. The power play unit for Robbie Nichols' group is Sneath, Koch, Smith. The back end, Papapetros. Well, looks like Elijah Wilson in the quarterback spot. Koch tiptoeing the blue line. At the top of the key over to Papa Petros. Into the skates of Wilson. Wilson couldn't locate it. Flanagan tried to knock it away. Out to the blue line. Off the skates of Charbonneau, making his professional debut tonight. Wilson holds out to the top of the key for Koch. Koch. Between the legs, pass back to Wilson. Touch to Papa Petros on goal. And Bouchard able to smother that one up. 12:21 to go here in period one. Minute 33 on the power play. The Scarecrows feed that they're sharing with us had a scoreboard included, so we will not be using our typical scoreboard this weekend that will normally be on Breakers TV, as 2 scoreboards would be a little overwhelming. But they do not have a power play clock on there, so my apologies for that. But I'll keep you as updated as I can, as Crowder able to send one the distance after a chance in front. Crowder slow to get back up to his feet as he was tipped over. Shots 5-1 in favor of the Scarecrows. Fisher with another 75 seconds on his minor. In the neutral zone. Knocked away. Here comes Declan Conway with a burst of speed. In all alone. Shoots. Save made by Bernard. Conway tried to go 5-hole and surprise the goaltender. And a save made by Bernard. Steinway smashes it around the wall, and Conway will knock it the distance. Picked up and swinging back around. Here's Gordon Whalen, assistant captain for the Scarecrows. On his backhand, knocked away by Crowder, who buries him into the wall. Awkward hit that time, but luckily Whalen back up to his feet. Over to him once again, and the near circle shoots. Bouchard makes the save, and Crowder clears out some room for his netminder. Lucchese trying to get in the head of Sneath as well, now shoving Carter Thornton. Thornton and Lucchese. John back and forth as the officials get in between there. Cole Crowder and Jacob Gagnon sharing a few words that time. Of course, they were teammates with the SPHL's Quad City Storm last season briefly. Another 33 seconds on the penalty to Fisher. Steinway had his stick handcuffed and couldn't get it out. Drop pass down low. Coash tried to slide it back in front, but Wolf couldn't get to it. Good hard battle for the puck between Wolf and Lucchese. Now the other way, here's Steinway coming down shorthanded. They'll dump it on in and go chase against Gagnon. Wayland, stretch pass over to Wolf. At the blue line, receives it. Trying to stop and start. Into the middle, Coash looking cross. Instead, missed it. They threw the goal light on. Little trigger happy for the off-ice official down there. Biloxi is back to full strength. That concludes the Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. Charbonneau trying to get free. Gagnon got a hand in on him. Now the other way. Here's Thornton. Had it knocked away by Cole Crowder. Connor Lynn turns it over. Fisher out of the box. Spins one on goal. The rebound. And Charbonneau couldn't uncork the shot. He slammed into the wall hard. Now here come the Scarecrows with numbers the other way. A 2-on-1. Gliding in. Crowder down in the saucer pass. Too strong for Thornton to handle. And then he gets up and gets whacked by Thornton. And we're going to get a whistle. And it's actually because the board's opened. So already some interesting things going on here inside Landon Arena in night one. We've seen the goal light falsely go off. We've seen the corner boards open after some contact. Of course, these things will not happen very often. We do not mean to criticize them in the slightest. It's just been 20 years in Topeka. They're happy to have pro hockey back. Maybe a little too excited. Corey Checo will take it against Henry. Crowder at his stick lifted. Settles it back down for Murphy. Now here's Caden Henry. He's got a lot of speed. Takes a quick stick check. Now across the blue line. Referee's arm in the air. Breakers are going to be headed to the power play shortly. As it's picked off, trying to get it back to Pavlov by Checo. And the Scarecrows' guilty party is the goal scorer, Thomas Murphy. Another media timeout. We will take it and be back in a splash right here on Breakers TV.
Fly in for a daiquiri that scores every time. Mile High Daiquiris is an aviation-themed daiquiri shop and the official daiquiri of the Biloxi Breakers. Open 7 days a week and offering 15 refreshing flavors, Jell-O shots, beer, and even a non-alcoholic daiquiri. They supply mobile daiquiris for weddings, birthday parties, and events. Only 4.6 miles west of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Coliseum. Grab your crew and come try the best daiquiris on the Gulf Coast where flavor takes flight. Become a frequent flyer at 1107 Cohen Road, Suite B, Gulfport.
We're back here out of the media timeout. This first period is presented by Republic Finance, our first period season-long sponsor. Shout out to our friends at Republic Finance for everything they've done for us. Breakers to the power play. Picked up by Crowder. Crowder flips it back to Pekarzik out of his bandwidth. Infantino, nice hit in the corner wall. Gets it back. Pekarzik in front for Crowder. And that one skitters wide. Now in the corner wall, Yevdokimov on that power play 1 unit. Chips it out to the point, controlled by Crowder. Back to Yevdokimov at the far circle, top of the key. Crowder down low, quick shot goes wide once again, all the way back out to the point and up and out of play by the Scarecrows. They're saying it's a deflection. See if Charlie Pence Jr. agrees with that, as it looks like it was deflected up and out of play. 9:21 to go here in the first period. Minute 26 remaining on the Murphy Minor. Shots are 7-3 in favor of the Scarecrows. Breakers win the draw. Crowder back across Conway. Down low. Back to Conway. Conway shoots through traffic. Loose in front. Infantino couldn't find it. Comes back out to Elwha Bouchard. Comes out of his home to get it over to Pekarzik. Up to Yevdokimov. Yevdokimov, shimmy shake. Going around the goal ever so smoothly. Back out to Conway, who lets it rip. Saved by Bernard on that rocket of a shot. And we'll have another offensive zone draw coming for the Breakers. 8:52 here, period 1. Scarecrows lead it 1-0. Infantino. Face-off dot. Loses it this time at the hands of Koash. And this one sent all the way down the length of the ice. Bouchard will come out wisely to play it once again. Bouchard slings it around the wall for Pekarzik. Pekarzik couldn't control it, able to regain it. No, turns it over. Koash to his backhand. Had it knocked away briefly by Crowder and then gets a shot, gloved down by Bouchard, and he'll take... No, it's no face-off. He dropped it on down. The Breakers are in the midst of a change. They're playing music during the game here, and everybody thought there was going to be a face-off. Fisher enters the offensive zone and wraps it in on deep. Keller out to the point looking for Crowder, but that pass didn't have enough on it. And it goes down low where Hansen will regain control. 10 seconds to go on the Murphy Minor. Pavlov, risky pass, gets through Keller. Keller, we'll talk about him more shortly as Sneath has it ripped away. Out on the near side, comes out to the point. Lynn, in front, tip, they score! It's TJ Sneath. A tip goal in front to tie the hockey game. Or, excuse me, to give the Scarecrows a 2-0 lead. And the Breakers, whose power play was so good last weekend, couldn't find an answer to the first goal. And as a result, with the momentum, the Scarecrows tack on their second. We were talking about Blake Keller a moment. Blake Keller got engaged after the game last weekend. So shout out to Blake and his new fiance, whose name I have not learned, but he proposed at the Monroe Civic Center after the loss last Saturday. So congratulations to the soon-to-be Kellers. Entering the zone, here's Checo on Full off of Bouchard, and it goes off the side of the netting. Down low, Murphy plants a man into the wall. You have Yakimov. Gains control. Takes a quick shot from O'Reilly, and then O'Reilly tried to lay a hit. Couldn't find the space to do so. Puck is way wide on the turnaround shot by Morrison. Morrison calling for it emphatically, and he will tip it up and out of play as it went through to center ice. 7:08 to go here, period one. Scarecrows lead it 2-0. Scarecrows have had 6 goals in each of their first 2 contests early on this season. They won 6-1 and 6-4 against the Sentinels last weekend. Fisher tried to tie up the draw. It's controlled by the Scarecrows. Lynch couldn't get it to Keller in the middle. Out the other way. Avery Smith had a glance off of his hand. Now in the defensive zone. Here come the Scarecrows. Koash, after a big hit from the far wall, a breaker is down and hurting. Not sure who it is. As in front, backhander in front. Oh, Bouchard, what a save. From left to right, spreads the pads and makes a big stop. In the midst of all that commotion in the breaker's end, I did not see which breaker limped off the ice. As this one will go the distance for an icing, and the Breakers will have an offensive zone draw coming momentarily. 2-0 our score, 6:24 to go here in the first period on Breakers TV. And Breaker Nation, I know that you've taken in a lot of Seawolves hockey to be a bit pessimistic, but I hope in light of the Breakers going down 5-1 and making it a hockey game last weekend, you have some faith early on here that they're going to make this a hockey game. So keep cheering, keep willing them all the way from back in Biloxi or wherever you're tuning in. The goals will come. Down low, Infantino looking in front. Pekarzik had it kick off of his skates. And now it's turned over to Steinway. Steinway couldn't bank it on over to Hansen. And it's flipped in. I believe the mystery scratch that we were unsure about ended up being Dalton Anderson. Out of the lineup today. Hansen. Tape to Pekarzik. He almost got run over with a big hit by Smith, who was lining him up. Infantino dances on in. Over to Pekarzik. Pekarzik. Now you have Yakimov. Collides with a couple Scarecrows, and it's lifted up and over to Cole Crowder. Thornton blows a tire trying to get around the 6'5" stature of Cole Crowder. And why don't you add a few more inches with skates? This one sent in deep. Bouchard plays it off the stick, and he'll elect to cover with Pavlov sitting in front of him to make sure nobody messes with his goaltender. Thornton appealing with the official. Thought he should have at least drew a call going down there around the blue line. But from what I've learned, no matter how much you plead with the officials, typically you're not going to win the verdict. Henry back over to Pavlov. Down low, it's Crowder. Into the neutral zone. Whalen to the near side for O'Reilly, who throws it to the far side corner wall. You have Yakimov. Cheating that time was O'Reilly to cut off the pass, but Henry able to take it back away. He banks it off the wall. Thought maybe he was going to switch with Yakimov for a moment there. And the Scarecrows able to regain possession. Henry off the back of the wall. Yakimov had his arm held, and now it looks like Papa Petros is going to go for a holding of the stick or a hooking. So it'll be our final media timeout here before the Breakers head back to the power play. Back in a splash here on Breakers TV.
Every new Hyundai from Matt Bowers comes with Matt's lifetime warranty included. That's in addition to Hyundai's America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. And Hyundai Owner Assurance. You get both warranties, making a new Hyundai from Matt Bowers an excellent value. Come test drive today at our new showroom in Gulfport, just off Lorraine Road, north of I-10.
Shop smart. Buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai, Gulfport.
Ben & Jerry's is serving up true ice cream euphoria inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. You're sure to find your new favorite among more than 34 flavors. Let us scoop yours in one of our freshly baked waffle cones. Ben & Jerry's at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Biloxi, where euphoria awaits.
Back here ahead of the Breakers' second power play of the night. They are 0 for 1. Scarecrows lead at 2-0. My name's Devin Doback, along with you for this entire Breakers inaugural season. Little dance contest going on here inside Landon Arena, trying to get the crowd into it. We are still searching for a power play sponsor, so if you're interested, please reach out to our assistant general manager, Nate Gosline. His information is on our website, BiloxiBreakers.net. But we're still looking for a power play sponsor. That could be your business. As this one gets all the way past Crowder off the stick of Pekarzik, and he'll have to go track it on back down. Crowder having his stick held by Koch. And it looks like Koch is going to also go for a holding of the stick. The referees caught that one as well, and it might be a very long 5-on-3. For the Breakers. I mean, that Koch trying to plead his case, but he had a hand wrapped around the stick of Cole Crowder. And so the Breakers now will have a 5-on-3 for a minute 44 and then 16 seconds remaining of 5-on-4. So a chance to pick up some goals, get back in the hockey game late here in period one, shift that momentum back in the Breakers' direction. Infantino, Yevdokimov, Henry, Crowder, and Declan Conway out there for the Breakers' power play unit. The three chosen killers, TJ Sneath, looks like Doug Blaisdell, and then maybe one more who's a little out of sight. Out to the point, here's Crowder. Tiptoeing the blue line, on over into the skates of Conway. Crowder calling for it once again. Declan grants his wish. Crowder now down low to Yevdokimov. Conway playing catch with Yevdokimov. He'll hold, shoot, looking in front for a tip. And it's blown up by the Scarecrows. Now down low, Infantino puts his defender in a blender, and Blaisdell. Nifty skater Infantino is. A spark plug for Charlie Penn's group. Henry to the middle, room to shoot. Elects to drop it back Conway. Crowder. Save made by Bernard on the quick shot from Cole Crowder. Down low, sent in front. Henry in the skate, shoots. Oh, what a save by Sammy Bernard. Taking a goal away from Caden Henry. Conway down to Henry again. Henry backs in, shoots the rebound. Squirts free to Crowder. 52 seconds remaining on the 5-on-3. And far circle, Yevdokimov. Infantino. Crowder shoots. Save made. Loose in front. Yevdokimov couldn't get the backhand on goal. On the far circle, he skates to the middle. On over, quick shot. Crowder, they score! It's Cole Crowder! His second goal in as many games for the Breakers cuts the deficit in half, and it's 2-1. Well, I'll tell you what, Charlie Penn's flexed him from a forward to a defenseman, but Cole Crowder can do it all. Beautiful shot, and the Breakers able to cash in on the 5-on-3. They'll now have a 49-second 5-on-4 power play to try and even the hockey game. As I just noticed, Eloi Bouchard looking up to see how much time his offense had to tie the hockey game. But the Breakers are back in it. It's 2-1 here, courtesy of Cole Crowder. Taking another look on the far circle, just able to muscle it through Sammy Bernard, who made some great saves on that 5-on-3 prior. Whalen can't get it past Pavlov. Breakers have Hansen back in case things go really south. A tie-up on the far side wall. And now Pavlov muscles down Koash, and as he collects it, he's going to go for interference. He knocked down a guy without the puck, and so the Breakers are going to go 4-on-4 for 31 seconds before the Scarecrows will head to the power play. So Pavlov put for interference. You can't hit a guy without the puck. And he just pushed over Scott Koash.
Looks like we're playing 4-1.
So it'll be 4-on-4, 49 seconds, or 31 seconds, excuse me. And then we'll go to another Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. Breakers trying to start things the other way. Henry runs into Elijah Wilson. Koash sends it back into his own end, and the Scarecrows will look to reset. 10 more seconds of 4-on-4. Back around the wall. Picked up by Papa Petros. Into the skates of Flanagan. 3 seconds. Turned over in front. Sneath with it. And a good recovery from Flanagan to take away what could have been a goal. And now the Scarecrows are going to head to the power play. Flanagan will send it the distance. Knocks the stick out of the hand of Whalen. He'll skate off to the bench. Papa Petros below the end line. Gliding around Crowder. Out to the point. Quick shot comes in. Tipped in front by Sneath, who's already got one tonight. And Bouchard able to answer the call. This one will be sent down towards Sammy Bernard. He's going to get flanked by Lucchese. But Bernard with enough time to at least get it out of harm's way. Lynch tried to get it back quickly to Charbonneau. Would have been a one-on-one against Gagnon at that point. 90 seconds to go as we're going to get the green light went on again as if there was a whistle. Lind, drop pass for Gagnon. Gagnon over to the blue line. Run into by Crowder. Nice strong play by Crowder. Now here comes Charbonneau the other way. Short-handed with him. Lucchese in front. Lucchese couldn't tip it home. Good play though on the odd man rush by Lucchese and Charbonneau. Lucchese wisely skates it back to the Breakers' end to kill some ever valuable penalty kill time. Shots are 11-9 in favor of the Scarecrows, so that total has evened out. Our score 2-1. The Scarecrows in front. First it was Murphy, then it was Sneath to give the Scarecrows a 2-0 advantage. And then on the 5-on-3, Cole Crowder pots his second in 2 games as a Breaker. And it's 2-1. Breakers are back to full strength. The Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill has ended. Steinway over to Infantino. Now Crowder. Crowder throws it in on goal because why not? And that one will be gobbled up by Bernard. 24 seconds remaining on the clock here, period 1. Shout out to everybody tuning in here. We sincerely appreciate you tuning in to FPHL action tonight. My name's Devin Dobek. I'll be the voice of the Breakers this season for you. Whether you're tuning in on Breakers TV on YouTube, on Sportfy on 106.3 CPR Rocks, or at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, we're happy to have you with us. And where else would you rather be spending your Friday night than right here on Breakers TV? This one tipped in down low. Murphy couldn't get to it before Pavlov. Hansen tried to get out of the zone, almost offside, kept down in front, and Flanagan knocks it out of that dangerous scoring area. Murphy spins it back down low, and that will conclude period 1 as Murphy was lining up Vladislav Pavlov and wisely held up, or else that could have been all-out chaos at the end of period 1 here. So that just about will do it here. We're going to step aside. As promised, we're going to bring you some ads from our valued sponsors, and then the first half of Brett Riley's interview on Breaker Banner episode 10. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back for period 2 in about 20 short minutes right here on Breakers TV.
Strength isn't built in a single race. It's earned, mile after mile, pedal after pedal, step after step. The same endurance that drives athletes to the finish line fuels the steady hands and sharp focus required in surgery. It's about resilience, precision, and commitment in competition and in the operating room. Because true performance means showing up with excellence, no matter the arena.
Need an oil change but can't find the time? Matt Bowers Hyundai has free pickup and delivery for oil changes. If you live or work near Matt Bowers Hyundai in Gulfport, it doesn't get any easier. We'll come pick up your car at your home or business, leave you a loaner vehicle, change your oil, and give you a complimentary inspection. We'll even throw in a free car wash and bring your vehicle right back same day, zero hassle. Call now to schedule.
Shop smart. Buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai, Gulfport.
Ben & Jerry's is serving up true ice cream euphoria inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. You're sure to find your new favorite among more than 34 flavors. Let us scoop yours in one of our freshly baked waffle cones. Ben & Jerry's at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Biloxi, where euphoria awaits.
Fly in for a daiquiri that scores every time. Mile High Daiquiris is an aviation-themed daiquiri shop and the official daiquiri of the Biloxi Breakers. Open 7 days a week and offering 15 refreshing flavors, Jell-O shots, beer, and even a non-alcoholic daiquiri. They supply mobile daiquiris for weddings, birthday parties, and events. Only 4.6 miles west of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Coliseum. Grab your crew and come try the best daiquiris on the Gulf Coast where flavor takes flight. Become a frequent flyer at 1107 Cohen Road, Suite B, Gulfport.
At Superior Optical Lab, we're proud to be certified as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and to provide quality eyewear to veterans to whom we all owe our freedom. Thank you for your service.
Recharge your body. Reset your mind. Revive your spirit. At Revive and Thrive, every detail is designed to elevate your recovery and well-being. Unwind in our serene salt therapy room and float suite. Awaken your senses with the benefits of cold water immersion. Then, step into a custom-built sauna featuring soft Himalayan salt lighting for athletes, adventurers, and anyone ready to unlock the power of recovery. Discover the difference at reviveandthrivems.com.
The Mississippi Gulf Coast is where community and teamwork come together, on and off the ice. Foshi Residential is proud to support the Biloxi Breakers as they bring the heat to the rink this season. Foshi Residential manages 3 unique apartment communities along the coast, each offering modern finishes, resort-style amenities, and a location that puts coastal living right at your doorstep. Ready to find your community? Visit foshiresidential.com/Biloxi Breakers for more information.
When injury knocks you out, Bienvo Orthopedic Specialists will be there for you every step of the way. We are here to get you back in the game, back in motion, back to your life. Our elite team of orthopedic specialists will work side by side with you, educating you about your treatment plan, utilizing advanced technology, and providing you with a successful path to recovery. Bienvo Orthopedic Specialists. We will get you back.
When things heat up, you don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest one. The cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged one. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Coastal Prints is a brand new business on the coast specializing in screen printing, embroidery, and promotional items. Being local and with 30 plus years of experience, Coastal Prints carries all the hottest clothing brands and thousands of promotional items. Uniforms, workwear, hats, drinkware, coolers, tchotchkes, and much more. Coastal Prints will make your brand and logo stand out. Come see the new showroom on Seaway Road in Gulfport, or visit coastalprints.com or call 228-COASTAL.
Hello out there, we're on the air. It's hockey night tonight. Tension grows, the whistle blows, and the puck goes down the ice. The goalie jumps and the players bump and the fans all go insane. Someone roars, Bobby scores. That's a good old hockey game. Oh, the good old hockey game is the best game you can name. And the best game you can name is the good old hockey game. Where players dash and skate so flash, the home team trails behind. But they grab the puck and go bursting up, and they're down across the line. They storm the crease like bumblebees. They travel like a burning flame. We see them slide the puck inside. It's a good old hockey game.
Penn's bringing you on as an assistant coach. You met through the game as players. So tell us a little Breaker banter. As promised, I'm joined now by Brett Riley, the head strength and conditioning coach for the Biloxi Breakers. He'll also be behind the bench and at practice as an assistant coach. So Brett, welcome to the show. We're so happy to have you on board with us.
Thank you. I'm excited to be here. Hopefully I can help contribute to a championship this year.
Absolutely. I know that the city of Biloxi will be looking forward to that. It's been quite some time since that Kelly Cup with the Mississippi Seawolves all the way back in the late 90s. So they're very eager to get back to that winning tradition. But Brett, tell us a little bit about yourself first. Give us kind of your background, where you're from, and just a little bit about Brett.
I'm born and raised in Rochester, New York. Grew up playing my entire, life, juniors, and got my family that came down with me, which is super exciting. Super excited that they're here to experience this ride with me. They're a little nervous, as I am as well, as you probably can tell, but I'm excited.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity in and of itself. But so your family, I imagine you're married, you got some kids?
Yeah, I've got 2 kids. I got a son and a daughter, and I have a stepson as well. Happily married for 10 years now. We moved from Southern Illinois this past Friday, so everything's new. It's kind of nice seeing the seeing the ocean every day. That's for sure.
I can imagine that drive was a bit of a gauntlet for you as well. It was 25 for me. I broke it up into 2 and stopped around Hilton Head for a little bit, but I can imagine that was a long ride for you all the way from Illinois.
Yes, very much so. We had a U-Haul, and we had the van, and it was a lot of stops, and it was tough. Let's just put it that way.
But you're here now, and we've started to hear some of your plans, which we'll get into momentarily, but It seems like it's going to be a great fit. So, of course, you were able to join the Breakers through your relationship with Coach Penz, bringing you on as an assistant coach. You met through the game as players. So tell us a little bit about your playing career. Of course, you played in college, went on to have a pro career, but Morrisville State is where you went to school.
Yes.
And then from there, went to the SPHL, played in the MAHL, the AAHL, so kind of a little bit of all over, but tell us a little bit about your journey from your perspective.
Yes, so I bring a lot of experience, which I hope that I can contribute to the young guys. The reason I say that is, Morrisville State, it was Division I ACHA, but at the same time, we did pull out a national championship. So our coach, Earl Utter, he was like a Herb Brooks. You hated him on the ice, but man, you loved him at the end of the season. If it wasn't for him, I don't think I would have actually seen a pro career, honestly.
Yeah.
It was incredible. I give him probably 95 to 100% of all of my professional success.
And I'm sure he would be thrilled to hear that now you've gotten into the coaching realm in a professional
yes,
sense. So
yes, I have.
But similar to him, I can imagine as the head strength and conditioning coach that you might not be the most liked guy in the Mississippi Coast Coliseum on a day-to-day basis, working with the boys and making sure they're in tip-top shape.
To start out the first couple weeks, they're definitely probably not going to like me that much. They're going to have some sore bodies, but some sore muscles, but nothing too strenuous where, too much built stress on those muscles where they're, not going to be able to perform on the ice. Over the years, I've, slowly learned to perfect craft, understand a lot of things that the human body can, endure, and what can't, what's too much and what's too little. So they'll be more than all right.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it's going to be awesome. I'm hoping that maybe you can give me a few pointers as well. We can start improving my physical fitness, but it's going to be a fun year for all the boys. And I think, looking around the league, there's not a whole lot of head strength and conditioning coaches throughout the league. So Biloxi may be getting a bit of an edge there with you in town.
I think they really will. I was actually extremely surprised that Coach Penz was even tossing around the idea, because even when I was in the SPHL, we didn't have one. Normally it's AA, AAA, and obviously the NHL. So I was ecstatic when he said, "Hey, I need someone down here. We're trying to win, bring a cup to this city." And I was like, let's get it done.
All right.
Let's get this ball
I love
rolling.
that. Me and him, when we're in the office, someone will every so often go, "We want the cup." And that's true. That's why we're here. That's why we're putting in all this effort, and why Coach has been building a roster that we feel is going to be more than capable of pulling that off. But going back to your playing career, just for another brief moment, do you have a favorite moment of your playing career, or anything that you picked up along the way that you think will help lead you into your coaching journey, kind of like a segue?
My best moment was understanding how to overcome adversity. I tell this with all my clients. If you can learn to overcome adversity through the weight room and through your field, whether you're on the field or on the ice, your coach at the same time will find a way for you to perform at your top expectation that your body can genetically handle. So I've taken that into consideration. I've actually been implementing that with all my clients, and I look forward to doing that the same with the guys when the season starts.
Awesome. And that's, of course, at Riley Sports Performance and Fitness, which has been your business for going on half a decade now or so.
Yeah, kind of got boggled up a little bit with COVID, but was able to sustain a little bit with online virtual coaching and stuff like that. This past summer was probably one of my better summers. I had incredible clients this year that excelled so well. I keep in touch with them still to this day. I got 2 clients in Mount Carmel, Illinois.
Wow.
They're brother and sister, actually. Lila and Jack Keepus. Jack's an incoming senior to the football team, and Lila's a junior in high school. And I can't even explain how well they excelled on their progress when I had them from June to August. It was incredible.
I can imagine just seeing the results when they take the field or the ice or wherever that, whatever team they play for, and you're getting to see it live. Even if it's just, the nuances of the game that make all the difference. I think that that's pretty incredible in your field. But how'd you kind of get into it? Of course, we know you had your playing career and stuff, but what got you into the exercise science and wanted to get into this side of the game?
So it all started actually in college. It actually started out with physical therapy. I was wanting to go for physical therapy. I had a really bad knee injury in college, and I loved how they took the approach on how to,
Just about 3 minutes away from the start of period 2 here. My name's Devin Doback along with you. The Breakers and the Scarecrows putting on a show here inside the Stormont Vale Events Center. Shots 11-9 in favor of the Scarecrows. Let's take you through how we got to where we are right now. Scarecrows lead it 2-1. They open the scoring at 5 minutes and 10 seconds in. Thomas Murphy credited with the first goal at home for the Topeka Scarecrows from Quinn O'Reilly. The Wichita, Kansas native credited with the assist. With a lot of family in the house, I'm sure they were psyched. The second goal came at 12-13, even strength from TJ Sneath. The assist goes to Connor Lind, a shot from the point that was tipped home by Sneath. A beautiful play to double the margin at 2. But the Breakers, the door would open at 16:52 with a 5-on-3 man advantage. It's Cole Crowder lighting the lamp from Declan Conway to make the score 2-1. That's where we leave it here. Anybody's hockey game. Happy to have you along with us here on Breakers TV. My name's Devin Doback. Wherever you're joining us from, as I've said several times, we're happy to have you. Both teams will be taking the ice in about 60 short seconds as Charlie Pence Jr., Brett Riley, and Mike Roy in the corner area waiting for the green light to head back onto the ice. Fun period of action for you. We will have some more formal graphics so you can see everything in writing as for shots on goal, goal scorers, and everything. Unfortunately, the service that I use to make those graphics is blocked by the arena here. So that's more of an elongated problem that won't be solved this week. And hopefully the next time we're here in Topeka, it will work out and I'll be able to provide you all those. But I sat down, I was poking around for about 30 minutes trying to take down some firewalls and see if I could get these graphics in for you. And then I went over and talked with John Clement of the Scarecrows, and he said, yeah, unfortunately, I think you're going to have a tough time with that tonight because it's blocked by the browser, and he was having the same issue for himself. So we will have those for you definitely when the Breakers home opener takes place, as well as going forward after that. But for the weekend, I will just be narrating to you. Elwha Bouchard, 9 saves on the 11 shots he faced in period one. The officials were not known until a few minutes before the puck eventually dropped closer to 7:40, but tonight's crew is the linesman Michael Geckler and Trent Garu. The referees are Dan Huntington and Ryan Brett. Of course, once again, reminding you, no Justin Schmidt in the lineup tonight. His physical presence is felt just about everywhere. I'm sure he would have loved to have been a part of everything that went down pregame, but serving a one-game suspension for his actions against the Indiana Sentinels last weekend. The teams have hit the ice once again. We're getting ready for period two. Hope you enjoyed Brett Riley's interview. We'll have the second half of that coming here in period two. And then tomorrow night, Brett is actually going to join me for some live assistant coaches interview right here in the booth. He's going to shoot up. We're going to grab the headset, and he's going to join. So we'll get some in real-time thoughts from one of the minds behind the Breaker boys. Has not been a fight in this game yet. And a Topeka team with a physical identity going up against a Breaker team that's still trying to establish themselves as a physical team. Of course, they had the Conway fight. Blake Keller also was assessed a fighting major, although he kind of got a little jumped. Scantlebury received a suspension as the other end of that. Bouchard carving out his area in the crease. Bernard takes a lap and now returns back home to the blue paint. The music will begin to fizzle down shortly. They've given out a bunch of those long noise horns, for lack of a better phrase. But those long horns that make all kinds of noise, I know they were banned a couple years ago because of everything going on in Binghamton and Danbury, but it looks like they've been revived here in Topeka on their home opening night. And of course, how can you blame them? Don Lewis and Chris Briniarski, the owners of both the Breakers and the Scarecrows, really did a tremendous job at making this a show that everybody would want to see. There is the MC. He's getting really into it down there, all the way on the back of the table, firing up the people. That was the Dumb and Dumber costume I was talking about to people in the pregame. He's got a top hat as well, similar to the one that Jim Carrey wears. And you can hear him really getting the crowd going there. Great guy. Had the opportunity to speak with him last year. Name escapes me. I want to say it's Dan, but he's the man. And so we'll get ready to do it here. Period two. Breakers trail it 2-1. Welcome back here on Breakers TV or 106.3 CPR Rocks. Happy to have you on board with us here inside Landon Arena. Caden Henry into the offensive zone very quickly. Rubbed off into the wall by Whalen. Picked up by Yevdokimov. He goes back down low. It goes off the official. And as a result, Morrison couldn't reel it in. Morrison able to recollect it. Shoves it on over to Henry. Henry, quick pass to the point. Here's Crowder. Hellhole. Fires one looking in the middle of the goal. Morrison being worked on by Wilson in front of the goal with a few good cross checks. Now here's Thornton, maybe with numbers the other way. Papa Petros through the circle shoots. And Bouchard there to make the save. Elwha Bouchard from Sherbrooke, Quebec, 24 years old. Now here's Henry, 1 against 5 Scarecrows the other way as the Breakers in the midst of a change. Smith banks him into the wall hard. Koash, another hit of his own. Henry, strong on the puck, eventually concedes it. Hugo Koch back the other way. What a weekend he had against the Indiana Sentinels last weekend. Koch with a goal and 2 assists on Friday night. And then 3 assists in the win on Saturday. A selfless player that Robbie Nichols' group is happy to have. Quick shot from the point. That one goes off of Keller. Lost his stick in the process. He gingerly gets back into stride in the neutral zone. Koash has it knocked away by Conway. Keller back down low to Frank Steinway. On over to Vlad Pavlov. Fisher will send it into the far corner. Accepts the hit from Quinn O'Reilly. Now Checo on the far side. at the circle shoots, and that one goes way wide. Now back out to Blake Keller. Keller, a little lackadaisical trying to get to that puck, and he's shoved off by Murphy. Norwinski, native of Blue Ridge, Virginia. Does that sound familiar? It should. The Blue Ridge Bobcats, of course, play in his hometown of Blue Ridge, Virginia. It's where he spent his last 2 seasons before being acquired by Topeka in the expansion draft. So a bit of a big change for him. Conway on goal, tipped in front, and Bernard able to glove it with Crowder right in his grill. Looks like Crowder was a little low there. Not sure if he got shifted into a forward role during Coach Charlie Pence Jr.'s adjustments. First ever jersey auction for the Scarecrows will be after the game. They're wearing inaugural season jerseys right now. So pretty cool opportunity for fans to grab those as Thornton will send it the length. Crowder wanted an icing, and he lost the race by it. Maybe it was because it was 2-line or something, and the draw will come back to the Topeka end. But Wilson definitely won the race. 5 skaters for the Breakers: Infantino, Hansen, Pekarzik, along with Lynch and Crowder. Quick shot. That one goes off the post and out. Referee had to indicate no goal, as it looked to be a little close. Infantino back on side. Had to touch up at the blue line. And Topeka will send it down once again. Thornton in a race with Crowder. Crowder jumps around him. Delayed penalty coming against Crowder, as Crowder catches a couple of Scarecrows, and now Thornton grabbed by the collar by Crowder. And Thornton, I think, realizes you don't want to fight 6'5", 220, whose father was an NHL enforcer. Crowder comes from a long hockey family as he heads off to the box here. His father, Troy, was an NHL enforcer who played for the Devils, Red Wings, Kings, and Canucks. He's also got a brother who plays, I believe, a couple other relatives. But Crowder, the Sudbury, Ontario native, will take a seat for 2 minutes, and it'll be another Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. This second period is presented by Aaron's. So shout out to our friends at Aaron's here in period 2. As now power play for the Scarecrows. Koch out to the point. It's Papa Petros playing catch with Koch. Dusts it off and has it knocked away by Brandon Lucchese. Lucchese, Charbonneau, Flanagan, and Steinway, the penalty killing unit. Charlie Pence beckoning orders from over on the bench. Koch has it knocked away, and Flanagan will send it on in. Charbonneau rubs Wilson off the puck. Papa Petros able to break it out through the neutral zone to Koch. Koch across the blue line, holds to the far side, sneaks, shoots, and what a save, Eloi Bouchard, left to right off the pad. 16:20 to go in the period. And it was a double minor assist to Cole Crowder, So 3 minutes to go of man advantage time for the Scarecrows. So Crowder must have drawn blood there, as another shot goes way up and over the goal. Breakers trying to kill this off and generate some momentum to try and tie the hockey game. Outside the circle, sent into the middle. Sneath maneuvering through a couple bodies, and the Breakers eventually... It took a weird bounce off the stanchion, and then Charbonneau almost had a chance in all alone. Bernard hesitates and is able to fake Charbonneau back to the bench, as the Scarecrows will reset under 2.5 minutes to go here in period 2, or on the man advantage. 15.5 in period 2, as this one returns to the Scarecrows end. Whalen picks it on up. Back the other way, here he comes. On over to Thornton. And it's knocked out of the zone by Lynch. Lynch, Conway, Pavlov, And Infantino out there for the Breakers penalty kill unit. Thornton, who just drew the penalty, gives it back on off to Koash. Koash back for Thornton. Quick pass. Gagnon loading up. He shoots. That one might have went off the side of the apron. Breaker goes down hard into the wall. That was Pavlov. Gagnon closing in. A couple of quick shots. And Bouchard, once again, makes another big save. 90 seconds to go on the double minor assessed to Cole Crowder. His first 4 penalty minutes as a Biloxi Breaker. He also has the only goal here tonight for Biloxi. 2-1. Scarecrows lead it. 14.5 to go. Whalen at the blue line. 75 seconds left on the kill. Knocked away. Now a chance the other way. Pekarzik one-on-one on Whalen shoots. Bernard the save. Run into the wall hard by Whalen after the shot attempt. Good burst of speed from Pekarzik there. He had a goal and an assist in the loss to Monroe last Saturday. It'll be another media timeout. We will take it and be back in a few short moments right here on Breakers TV.
When injury knocks you out, Bienvo Orthopedic Specialists will be there for you every step of the way. We are here to get you back in the game, back in motion, back to your life. Our elite team of orthopedic specialists will work side by side with you, educating you about your treatment plan, utilizing advanced technology, and providing you with a successful path to recovery. Bienville Orthopedic Specialists. We will get you back.
Back here in the Aaron's second period. Pekarzik and Sneath squaring off. And it's won by the Scarecrows. Papa Petros back the other way. Through the circles. Drops it on back. And now a quick pass out to the point. Picked on up by Sneath. Over to the near side. Wilson. Ever dangerous goal scorer he is. Robbie Nichols guaranteed 40 goals from him this season. Then changed his mind to 30. But nonetheless, point received. Got to be careful with him on the ice. He's got it in his skates now. Back down low. Being held onto by Smith. Sent in front. Kicks away to Wilson. Wilson shoots through traffic. It goes up and into the netting here. Shots are 14-13 in favor of the Scarecrows. Gliding in for the faceoff is Wolf. Out to the point, Blaisdell. 20 seconds to go on the Scarecrows man advantage. O'Reilly down low. Sent back out to the point by Murphy to Blaisdell. Across the blue line. Back on over to Blaisdell. Blaisdell shoots in traffic. Knocked down by Lucchese. He bangs a man into the wall. Lucchese, a physical player. Going to be fun to watch. Back over above the circle. Quick shot. Lind has it gloved away by Bouchard. And the Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill comes to an end. Really good 4-minute kill from Charlie Pence Jr.'s group. Still no fights yet as the official helping Bouchard out, maybe get that net back on its bearings. The Scarecrows fans are relentless with those blowhorns, man. You hear them. I don't know if you can hear them through the crowd, Mike, but they are everywhere. Everybody's got them in there, blaring them. Referees doing some construction over in the Breakers end of things. And now we're set for play once again. Wolf going at it again with Henry. 50-50 face-off, controlled now by Crowder. Back over to Morrison, looking in the middle for Yevdokimov. As he couldn't get a stick on it, and this one will go the distance for an icing. 13:02 to go here in period 2. Scarecrows lead it 2-1. Thanks for joining us wherever you are. Happy to have you on board for the Scarecrows and the Breakers. The first of a handful of times they'll be going at it this season. Norwinski at the point shoots. That one way wide on the blocker side of Bouchard. Gagnon with it now. Back below the end line. On over to Henry. Sneath has it knocked away. Crowder for Henry. Back down low. It's Norwinski who couldn't reel it in. Norwinski over to the near side. Gagnon had to jump over his stick. Thornton's stick was lifted, and the puck caroms over to Wilson once again, who flips it up and out of the zone. Pavlov able to settle the rolling biscuit. Back on over to Henry off the feed from Yevdokimov. Henry taken down by the official after some contact with a Scarecrow. Able to get it to the middle. Pavlov couldn't float it on goal. Deflected in front. Morrison with Yevdokimov down low. Here's Crowder pinching down low. Pass Yevdokimov. Morrison accepts the hit to make the play on the wall. Being worked on by a Scarecrow. Henry looking for the wraparound attempt. Looking in front. Backhand. Didn't get much on it. And Gagnon able to knock it out. This one will be an icing. Ben and Jerry's at the Hard Rock Cafe icing, that is. Our official icing sponsor of the Biloxi Breakers. You're going to see that graphic a lot inside the Mississippi Coast Coliseum. Hopefully it's for the visitors, though. Keller. And Sneath will go to work again. Keller controls the offensive zone draw after it banged around a little bit. Looking in front, it caromed off a defender. Fisher with it now. Fisher slides it back down low to Keller. Keller wheeling back around on the near side through the circle in the middle. Keller had it knocked away. And now here comes Elijah Wilson. Back the other way through a couple breakers. Gets by Flanagan. Flanagan chasing him down, but Wilson forgot the puck, and he'll go off for a change as the Breakers shift the ice from north to south. Keller through the high slot, trying to get a shot away. Whalen knocked it on down. Smith out to the point. Keller couldn't finesse it to Conway, and now here come the Scarecrows. Koch tried to slide it to Coash, but they weren't on the same page. Loose puck collected by Koch once again in the Scarecrows offensive zone. On the far side, Papa Petros shoved out of the zone by Fisher. Took a slash from him. Couple more cross checks as well. Fisher continuing to flip his stick. They continue to battle, but back the other way where the action is. Conway has it stolen away by Papa Petros. Looking in front for Smith. He goes all the way around the goal, holding with it. Out to the far circle. Sneath's quick shot. Didn't get in on Bouchard. Good block from the Breakers. Shot still 14-13 in favor of the Scarecrows. It's a nice hit by Smith at the end of his shift. Flanagan into the skates of Keller. Keller wasn't ready for it. Able to find it anyway. Down low, looking in front. Trying to get it back to Fisher. And he can't get it. Fisher bangs into a man on the far wall. Trey Fisher with a nice hit. Tips over Gordon, or rather Thomas Murphy, his former Dashers teammate. And Murphy scores again moments later. Takes the hit, gets up, makes the play. And it's Scarecrows 3, Breakers 1. Another goal that I'm sure Bouchard would like to have back that time. What a game for Thomas Murphy, his first multi-goal game of his career. Thomas Murphy coming into tonight, 38 games played, 3 goals, 4 assists, just 7 points. But he's got 2 goals here tonight. Infantino, back to Pekarzik, try to toe drag, knocked away by Sneed. Back the other way, numbers for the Scarecrows. In all alone, here's Wilson, to his backhand, Bouchard, in the Dirty Bird, makes the save. Elwha Bouchard, keeping his team in the hockey game, but he's laboring to get back to his feet. As this one goes the distance for an icing. Oh, Elwha Bouchard with another nice play back in the net as 9:34 will be our 5th media timeout. We'll take it back in a splash. Or no, looks like we'll keep it here. Now they announce the media timeout. We'll be back.
Recharge your body. Reset your mind. Revive your spirit. At Revive and Thrive, every detail is designed to elevate your recovery and well-being. Unwind in our serene salt therapy room and float suite. Awaken your senses with the benefits of cold water immersion. Then, step into a custom-built sauna featuring soft Himalayan salt lighting for athletes, adventurers, and anyone ready to unlock the power of recovery. Discover the difference at reviveandthrivems.com.
Coastal Prints is a brand new business on the coast specializing in screen printing, embroidery, and promotional items. Being local and with 30 plus years of experience, Coastal Prints carries all the hottest clothing brands and thousands of promotional items. Uniforms, workwear, hats, drinkware, coolers, tchotchkes, and much more. Coastal Prints will make your brand and logo stand out. Come see the new showroom on Seaway Road in Gulfport or visit coastalprints.com or call 228-COASTAL.
When things heat up, you don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest one. The cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged one. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Out of the media timeout, we're back here inside Landon Arena. The Scarecrows with the puck in the offensive zone to the middle, on goal. Bouchard scrambling in front, and now some pushing and shoving. Smith involved. He might have threw a right-handed punch there, as Keller, I believe, in the mix as well. Or maybe that's Avery Smith looking for a dance partner. Might have been Curtis Hanson, I believe, actually, in the midst of it. They adjusted the shots to 16 to now it's 18 to 12 in favor of the Scarecrows. Took one away from the Breakers, and I just saw 3 go up at once. So the totals have shifted a bit. About halfway home at Landon Arena in this one. Game 2 of the regular season for the Biloxi Breakers. Lost their first one last weekend. Scarecrows 2-0, playing in their 3rd game. 2 teams will battle tomorrow night. That one will be at 7:05 CST. Once again, apologies for the delayed start here tonight. Smith in the O-zone. Gets it back to Koash at the point. Quick shot. Ticked around everywhere, and now back out once again. Past Norwinski to Gagnon at the center ice logo. Henry with a burst of speed up the near sidewall. Hits the brakes. Saucers one to the middle. Yevdokimov couldn't find a home for it. Got to the space, had the net, might have been hooked as Bouchard heads to the bench. Breakers going to man up momentarily. Yevdokimov, touch pass from Pavlov over to Crowder. Flanagan on goal, and that one goes all the way out of the zone. 6-on-5 for the Breakers, taking advantage of this extra time they've gotten. Crowder, saucer pass on over to Pavlov. He settles it for Conway. Declan Conway back in his own end. Breakers will try one quick push. Conway through a couple Scarecrows. Finds some ice on the far side. Down low for Henry. Henry tripped by Smith that time. That definitely could be another call. But nonetheless, the Breakers will head to the man advantage once again. 8 minutes and 4 seconds to go here, period 2. It's a 2-goal hockey game. Crowder, Conway. Well, there's too many breakers out there right now. Looks like it's going to be Fisher, Henry, Pavlov, Hansen, and Keller out there for Charlie Penn's group. One for, I believe, 3 on the power play tonight. At the blue line, really nice keep by Declan, or rather, Vlad Pavlov. Keller drops it back to Hansen. Hansen with room shoot. Save made by Bernard. And this one will be sent down into the breaker's end. So the penalty assessed to Hugo Koch, second minor he's received tonight. Hansen, bank pass over to Keller, gets it to him. Keller holding at the circle, back to Pavlov. Pavlov shoots. That one saved by Bernard, as after the fact, Pavlov got knocked down. Now here's Wilson slowing it down. He'll skate with the ice he's given. He'll go 2-on-4 against the Breakers. Loose puck knocked out of the zone by Keller. Back over to Papa Petros. And Blaisdell able to send it once again down the distance of the ice. Played by Bouchard, back for Hansen. Hansen looking to get it back over to Yevdokimov. Into the skates of Henry. He controls now. Backhanded feed to Infantino. Onside. Sends it to clear ice. Looking for Yevdokimov to get over there. And now Crowder will have to reset once again. 40 seconds to go on the Breakers' man advantage. Dylan Infantino enters the zone. Almost offside with Yevdokimov to space. Pekarzik shoots. Glove save, Bernard. 6:33 to go here, period 2. Scarecrows still lead it 3-1. Josh Rosenzweig over on the bench tonight after being pulled in game 1, but he was the biggest acquisition of the Breakers offseason. A guy who was at the top of the league ranks last year. Expect to see him tomorrow night. Unless the Breakers are able to win this one, and then maybe you stick with the hot hand. Crowder to the middle. Beautiful touch pass by Infantino. On over for Yevdokimov. He's sent into the wall. It comes over to the far side point. Crowder grimacing as he knows he had a chance to keep that puck in. Back the other way. 6 minutes to go in the second. Crowder with a burst of speed. Slams on the brakes. Scarecrows are back to full strength. Infantino with it now. Surveying for options. Tried to send it in front. It's on the back of the goal. Everybody trying to knock it out, and now the referees will blow it dead. And we'll have a face-off here. 5:51 to go, period 2. Charbonneau, Lucchese, and Henry out there. Xavier Charbonneau in 24-25 had 40 goals and 38 assists in 34 games with Tottenham of the GMHL. As the Scarecrows will ice it, and the draw will return to their end once again. Let's go Scarecrows chant, slowly emerging from a crowd of about 6,000 here. Shots 17-14 now in favor of the Scarecrows. The fans get the message on the Jumbotron and immediately get loud here inside Landon Arena. Gagnon tried to shove Henry off the puck. Lewinsky sends it deep on in. Thornton tied up with Flanagan over in the corner wall. Back out to the point. Here's Wilson. Into the slot area. Charbonneau will send it cross ice. Chased down by Henry before it's sent out by Norwinski. Thornton tried to lay a hit as opposed to play the puck on Charbonneau. Charbonneau back over to Pavlov. Skates past him. Back behind the safety of Bouchard's net. Henry got hooked there for a moment. The official got it. Breakers are going to head back to the man advantage after another media timeout. So we will take it Breakers going a man up once again, trying to pull a goal closer. Back in a splash.
The Mississippi Gulf Coast is where community and teamwork come together on and off the ice. Foshi Residential is proud to support the Biloxi Breakers as they bring the heat to the rink this season. Foshi Residential manages 3 unique apartment communities along the coast, each offering modern finishes, resort-style amenities, and a location that puts coastal living right at your doorstep. Ready to find your community? Visit foshiresidential.com/Biloxi Breakers for more information.
At Superior Optical Lab, we're proud to be certified as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and to provide quality eyewear to veterans to whom we all owe our freedom. Thank you for your service.
Puck dropped here. 4:50 to go in the second period. 3-1. The Breakers trail, but they're on the man advantage. In the box, Thomas Murphy once again. Yevdokimov looking for a tip in front from Infantino. Couldn't find him. Now here's Pekarzik with it. 5-on-4 for the Breakers. Quick shot from the point, looking for a tip from Infantino. And Bernard once again stands tall and makes the save. Sammy Bernard, a guy who I talked about earlier, played Division I about a decade ago. But quite the career for him. He's played just about everywhere. In the Fed with the Elmira River Sharks, the Zydeco, the River Dragons, and now Topeka. He's also played for Quad City, Knoxville, and Roanoke of the SPHL, and then Evansville and Huntsville a year later, also in the SP. Under 90 seconds to go. Breakers a man up. Yevdokimov. Drop pass for Crowder. Crowder looking in front for Infantino. It gets through everybody. Picked up by Yevdokimov again. Conway down low. Crowder back to Conway. Conway had to jump over his stick into the neutral zone, and he'll have to zip it on back to Yevdokimov. Over to Crowder through the logo at center ice. Cole Crowder. Quick feed on over to Yevdokimov. Gliding in on his backhand. Oh, another big save by Sammy Bernard. Yevdokimov's come really close twice, but has not found his first goal as a Biloxi Breaker just yet. Conway, really nice keep. The referee going to rule it offside. A little delayed that time. 42 seconds to go on the Breaker man advantage. Caden Henry and TJ Sneak set to do it again. It's won by Fisher. Back for Hansen. Pavlov into the middle for Henry. Henry backhand feed over to Keller. Keller rubbed off the puck by Blaisdell. Fisher bangs his body into Blaisdell. Henry, nice little move. Gets to some space. Keller's one-timer knocked down in front. And sent out by Blaisdell. Three minutes to go here in period 2. Shots are all even at 17. Scoreboard reads 3-1 Scarecrows. Henry lost it for a moment. Hansen comes to his rescue in the corner. Whacks it back around for Keller. Scarecrows back to full strength. Keller for Henry. Fisher now in Gretzky's office. Makes a play over to Henry. Henry pinching back down low. Fisher provides a screen of Lind. Delayed call coming on Lind. Are they going to book Fisher for interference here? Oh, that is the... Looked like he was just kind of creating some space behind the goal. They're going to book him for interference. That's Trey Fisher's second penalty of the night. He can't believe it either, shaking his head as he goes to claim a seat. And it'll be another Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. So the Breakers have had the majority of the man advantages here tonight. Of course, the Scarecrows had that double minor, courtesy of Cole Crowder drawing a little blood. They couldn't do anything with it. So now another chance here, already with a 2-goal lead. 2.5 minutes to go here in the period. As the Breakers send it in deep. Infantino with a burst of speed. Knocks Norwinski into the wall. Norwinski breaking it out. Blaisdell over to O'Reilly. And the Breakers once again able to clear it. Under 90 seconds to go here on the Breakers penalty kill, courtesy of Raven and Rose Tattoo. Wilson down low behind the goal. Taking his time out of his own end. Looking to start the rush, breaks it out to Checo. Corey Checo, who made his pro debut with the Motor City Rockers last weekend. In front, Bouchard able to steer that one out of trouble. Now the Scarecrows just in front of the blue line. Quick pass. Down low once again, below the end line. Onto the far side wall, up to the point. Quick shot from Koch. No, it was a shot pass, and then the one-timer goes all the way out and back to the Scarecrows' end. Breakers get a much-needed change in the midst of a kill. And now the Scarecrows will ice it inadvertently. It's another Ben & Jerry's at the Hard Rock Cafe icing. 68 seconds to go here, period 2. In our Aaron's second period, that is. Brandon Lucchese, TJ Sneath will do this face-off. It's won by Sneath over to his winger, or rather in the winger spot, Papa Petros. And now he'll start things the other way. Papa Petros through the neutral zone. Cut off by Pavlov. Nice hit by the Russian over on the far side to free up the puck. Scarecrows maintain control. Checo in the corner. Down low. Sneath tried to center one. Checo once again. Back over to Sneath, looking for Wilson with room. Hold, shoot, scores. Pop the bottle right off of Bouchard's cage. And the Scarecrows now lead it 4-1. Shots have not been that tilted, but the scoreboard is. Power play goal for Elijah Wilson. He had all the time in the world, picked his spot, made it count, popping the bottle in the process. 40 seconds to go. The Scarecrows fans are fired up. Another look. Bouchard comes out of the cage. Thought maybe he was going to go lower, short side, and instead he goes far side and is able to beat Elwha Bouchard. Steinway back over to Flanagan. We remind you the Breakers made it a game in Monroe in the back half of the game. So they're not dead yet, but they certainly need to come up with some goals sooner rather than later. Bouchard makes a save on that shot. Back the other way. Flanagan able to bang it on out to Henry. Henry across the blue line looking for Conway in the middle, and he had his stick snapped with a slash. Referee able to get that one. And the penalties are beginning to pile up here. Each team trading off man advantages. 5 seconds remaining. So maybe a quick face-off play for the Breakers here. Coming up in the second intermission, we will have our ads from our loyal and awesome sponsors, and then Rhett Riley's second half of his interview. All that and more coming up in our second intermission here on Breakers TV. Scarecrows 4, Breakers 1. 5.3 seconds remaining in the second. Jakob Wolf assessed for slashing. So Infantino has been selected to take this draw against Sneath. It's won by Sneath. Infantino taken down by Sneath. Those two get knotted up. Whalen will pin it in the corner wall. And now Papa Petros locked up with Cole Crowder, who refuses to let go. As finally they will be separated, and that will conclude period 2. The Scarecrows get both goals in the second frame. They lead it now 4-1 as both teams slowly head off to the locker room. Work to do for Charlie Penn's group. We're going to send it now to our sponsors and be back for period 3 on Breakers TV. It's our Coastal Prince second intermission.
Strength isn't built in a single race. It's earned, mile after mile, pedal after pedal, step after step. The same endurance that drives athletes to the finish line fuels the steady hands and sharp focus required in surgery. It's about resilience, precision, and commitment in competition and in the operating room. Because true performance means showing up with excellence, no matter the arena.
Need an oil change but can't find the time? Matt Bowers Hyundai has free pickup and delivery for oil changes. If you live or work near Matt Bowers Hyundai in Gulfport, it doesn't get any easier. We'll come pick up your car at your home or business, leave you a loaner vehicle, change your oil, and give you a complimentary inspection. We'll even throw in a free car wash and bring your vehicle right back same day, zero hassle. Call now to schedule.
Shop smart. Buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai, Gulfport.
Ben & Jerry's is serving up true ice cream euphoria inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. You're sure to find your new favorite among more than 34 flavors. Let us scoop yours in one of our freshly baked waffle cones. Ben & Jerry's at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Biloxi, where euphoria awaits.
Fly in for a daiquiri that scores every time. Mile High Daiquiris is an aviation-themed daiquiri shop and the official daiquiri of the Biloxi Breakers. Open 7 days a week and offering 15 refreshing flavors, Jell-O shots, beer, and even a non-alcoholic daiquiri. They supply mobile daiquiris for weddings, birthday parties, and events. Only 4.6 miles west of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Coliseum. Grab your crew and come try the best daiquiris on the Gulf Coast where flavor takes flight. Become a frequent flyer at 1107 Cohen Road, Suite B, Gulfport.
At Superior Optical Lab, we're proud to be certified as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and to provide quality eyewear to veterans to whom we all owe our freedom. Thank you for your service.
Recharge your body. Reset your mind. Revive your spirit. At Revive and Thrive, every detail is designed to elevate your recovery and well-being. Unwind in our serene salt therapy room and float suite. Awaken your senses with the benefits of cold water immersion. Then, step into a custom-built sauna featuring soft Himalayan salt lighting for athletes, adventurers, and anyone ready to unlock the power of recovery. Discover the difference at reviveandthrivems.com.
The Mississippi Gulf Coast is where community and teamwork come together, on and off the ice. Foshi Residential is proud to support the Biloxi Breakers as they bring the heat to the rink this season. Foshi Residential manages 3 unique apartment communities along the coast, each offering modern finishes, resort-style amenities, and a location that puts coastal living right at your doorstep. Ready to find your community? Visit foshiresidential.com/Biloxi Breakers for more information.
When injury knocks you out, Bienville Orthopedic Specialists will be there for you every step of the way. We are here to get you back in the game, back in motion, back to your life. Our elite team of orthopedic specialists will work side by side with you, educating you about your treatment plan, utilizing advanced technology, and providing you with a successful path to recovery. Bienville Orthopedic Specialists. We will get you back.
When things heat up, you don't just want a cold one. You want the coldest one. The cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged one. Mountain Cold Refreshment. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Coastal Prints is a brand new business on the coast specializing in screen printing, embroidery, and promotional items. Being local and with 30 plus years of experience, Coastal Prints carries all the hottest clothing brands and thousands of promotional items. Uniforms, workwear, hats, drinkware, coolers, tchotchkes, and much more. Coastal Prints will make your brand and logo stand out. Come see the new showroom on Seaway Road in Gulfport, or visit coastalprints.com or call 228-COASTAL.
Hello out there, we're on the air, it's hockey night tonight. Tension grows, the whistle blows, and the puck goes down the ice. The goalie jumps and the players bump and the fans all go insane. Someone roars, Bobby scores at the good old hockey game. Oh, the good old hockey game is the best game you can name. And the best game you can name is the good old hockey game. Where players dash, the skates are flash, the home team trails behind. But they grab the puck and go bursting up and they're down across the line. They storm the crease like bumblebees, they travel like a burning flame. We see them slide the puck inside, it's a good old hockey game.
Fix it. And just the whole process of it and the whole science behind it just blew my mind, and I loved every second of it. So throughout my playing career, I slowly implemented it. Obviously, I wasn't, certified licensed or anything like that. And, but I would, slowly pinch, kick in ideas, be like, hey guys, this might actually be a better, movement than this other movement. Mainly because this doesn't really reflect towards our actual type of style play to this. And so I implemented that over the years, and I've done tons of research over the guys that are, world ranked. Strength and conditioning coaches, Cal Dietz. I'm not taking any recognition for what I know. I learned almost everything from him. And when I was in my first rookie season, I was at a establishment called Want to Get Fast, and he was implementing the same type of training method that was just coming off the ground. It progressed how you got stronger, quicker, more explosive in half the time. So it really caught my eye,
Yeah.
and I just kept up on my studies and kept, implementing it throughout the years. And when I had to put my career at an early retirement because of, go figure, a knee injury, I've now adjusted or switched courses into coaching, and there's so much more science behind it. There's ways to protect yourself from ACL injuries and MCL injuries and knee injuries and ankle injuries, which is what powers an athlete. You don't have an ankle or a knee, you don't have an athlete,
Right.
and you don't have a career.
Of course.
So from what I've learned over the years, I just want to help grow the youth, help grow the sport, any sport, not just hockey. Just make an athlete be the best that their body genetically can produce.
That's pretty cool, and I think that if that's what's going to happen to the Breaker boys this year, that they're in for a treat. And it might be a little tough kind of getting to the point they want to be, but once they are, it'll make all the difference. But talking about your role with the Breakers, obviously we mentioned your title several times, but
Sure.
on a day-to-day basis, especially once the team gets here, like, what will your routine be on just making sure that everybody's keeping up on their programs, their diets, or things like that?
Well, it's going to be pretty strictly ran. They're going to have to trust. They're going to have to trust me. If they question it and they go off on their own, they're probably going to fall behind their teammates. Actually, I can guarantee that, because everything I do is scientifically based. It's all data backed.
Mm-hmm.
So if they want to go off on their own, they're probably going to have to report to Coach Pence. But I really, really hope that that they do put the trust in me and my knowledge that I've gained over the years. Like I said, everything I've learned is just incredible. It speaks leaps and bounds of what a human body can truly do under a stress situation. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, seeing this all come out before our very eyes, I mean, we're going to see guys moving way faster than they were on day one of training camp, I'm sure.
Yes.
You're also going to have probably some very sore bodies early on. And let's talk about that for a second, Brett, is recovery. So obviously, they're professional athletes.
Sure.
They'll be able to handle probably most of the stuff to some extent that you're throwing at them. But what will the recovery process be like, and certain things that you'll be having them doing?
So with this league, you have a lot of back-to-back games, Fridays and Saturdays. Sundays will easily just be an off day, a rest recovery, some sort, climb on the bike for 20, 30 minutes, make sure you get your fluids back in you. I believe we've got a lot of great resources for like red light and salt baths and everything like that down here. So they'll utilize stuff like that. It obviously utilize our medical team and stuff like that to help the bumps and bruises, and I'll coordinate with those professionals, see truly what what they can endure and what they can't. But mainly, day one is a rest and recovery day. Per se, Mondays are the tough days. It's the day to go heavy. It's the furthest away from the next game. Obviously, the programs that I've drawn up are not anchored down by, or the season's not anchored down by my program. The season is accommodated around my program, so it will change day to day. So it'll constantly be changing, but day one is the heavy day. Sorry, boys. That's the heavy one. We got to get it out of the way, but it's what's going to sustain their strength from what they actually gained over the summers. We don't want them to lose that power, that strength, that explosiveness, the agility, all that. So there is going to be a tough Monday, and then it just decreases slower and slower as you get towards game day.
So it seems like it's a very dynamic regimen and schedule that these guys will be going through. So I guess from your job standpoint, how do you sort of diagnose them? Like, how do you cater your programs and the workouts and the diets and the things that each individual guy will be doing uniquely? How do you diagnose that and kind of monitor it and kind of be like, okay, I want this guy to be faster, this guy needs to be stronger?
Sure.
And, yeah.
Absolutely.
So kind of run with that.
So training camp. So as the boys come in, we'll be conducting testing, sprint testing, strength tests, so on and so forth. So I'll take this data, and right out of the gate, I'll know exactly what they need to improve on right away. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's very simple. Throughout the season, they will decrease. And so every 2 weeks, maybe 3, depending on the strength of the schedule, the weakness of the schedule, how much they're, in games, if we got like 8 games in 5 or something like that. There's always a stretch where you really got to dynamically change things and make sure that their recovery and their fluids are all back in it. But the main goal is to test. So training camp, I'll have their numbers. It's when they're in their peak phase. After I take their numbers or their data from their peak phase, I'll test them again in 2 weeks. And see if they're, right there, if they dropped off a little bit. It's as simple as a 10-yard dash. I can tell right away if their first step stride is gone down, or if their top end speed has gone down. I can generate that, and I'll flip their program around and be like, this is what we're going to focus on this next 2 weeks. After that, we're going to retest, and then we're going to go back and go on to the rest of the program.
That's awesome. I think once the players get over kind of the mental battle of, I'm going to be put through a bit of a gauntlet here in the gym today, and they begin to see the effects, I think that it's going to just be night and day, not only to their game, but to their careers going forward, and longevity and pliability and all that good stuff, of course. But Brett, wrapping up here, just one more question for you. Do you have somewhat of a motto or a philosophy that you implement? I'm assuming you haven't worked with probably an entire professional hockey team at once before, but is there some sort of words to live by that you provide?
Preparation for domination.
Preparation for domination. Well, there you have it. The Breakers will be looking to dominate this season with the help of Coach Riley. But Brett, thanks so much for joining me on the show today. We'll be right back as I close things off here on episode 10 of Breaker Banter momentarily. A tradition that began in the neutral site games last season. Don't stop believing at the Stormont Vale Event Center with the lights of everybody's cell phones throughout the rink. Really a sight to see. You can kind of tell from the glare on the ice in our Coastal Prince second intermission here. About 2 minutes and 50 seconds before we get back for period 3. Breakers will open period 3 on the man advantage. Power play coming for them. Taking you through how we got here. Thomas Murphy opened the scoring at 5:10 in the first period from Quinn O'Reilly to make it 1-0 Scarecrows. TJ Sneath doubled the margin at 12:13 in period 1 from Lind and Wilson. But the Breakers got one back. Cole Crowder on the power play, his second of the season from Declan Conway. To the second period we went. Around the midway point, it was Thomas Murphy at 10:02 scoring his second goal of the night, his first multi-goal game of his career from O'Reilly and Checo. And then on the power play at 19:21 in the final minute of period 2, it's Wilson from Sneath and Checo. And we reside at 4-1 here. But a Jakob Wolf slashing minor penalty will open up the Breakers for a minute 55 man advantage. "100 seconds to go till the teams return to the ice here. It's been a blast to be along with you. Hopefully the Breakers won't stop believing and can find a way to claw back here in period 3. They look pretty fired up in the tunnel. Charlie Pence Jr. certainly is not going to go down without a fight. He will never surrender. And with a group of talented guys, they just got to play together a couple more games. Topeka's played one more game than the Breakers. Of course, they had the long 14-hour travel day yesterday. So Topeka
well, yesterday into today. So Topeka definitely with their home ice advantage, 6,000 roaring fans here. It's really been a great production. But it's safe to say that the experiment has paid off, and pro hockey in Topeka will remain here for years to come. Breakers looking for some heroics. They trail by 3, looking to spoil the Scarecrows opening night, but right now it has been all Scarecrows. Shots are 19-17 in favor of Topeka, but not really tilted in their favor. As the Scarecrows return to the ice. Still no fights yet, which is, I'm sure, something that a lot of fans were looking forward to, but maybe we'll get one tomorrow night. And now we're set to go. As the crowd is thinned out a little, I'm not sure if everybody's in the concourse grabbing maybe a couple pops or some food, but it definitely looks a little thin. So everybody's got to return to their seats if they want to see the Scarecrows try and close out the Breakers here in the final chapter, the final 20 minutes. Doing a little bit of work over on Bernard's end, over in the Scarecrows end. Breakers will head back from right to left. Scarecrows from left to right. For those of you listening on 106.3 CPR Rocks, the Breakers wearing their road white uniforms with the Breaker crest in the middle. The numbers are in black with a teal trim, black name bars, white lettering, royal blue helmets with royal blue shorts. The Scarecrows wearing black, orange, and white. Their specialty inaugural season games that will be auctioned off after the game tonight. So that just about concludes our Coastal Prince second intermission. Breakers having a conference at center ice. Dylan Infantino, who has emerged as a leader early on here for the Breakers, trying to fire up his group. Infantino, Pekarzik, Conway, Crowder, and Yevdokimov will get things going here in period 3. Wilson and Yevdokimov sharing a conversation. And the puck is dropped. Breakers will head to the power play. Declan Conway behind his own goal will set up the power play rush. Pass across to Pekarzik. Taking the ice he's got on the far side. Wraps it all the way around the wall to Infantino. Dylan Infantino picks it back up to the middle, looking for Yevdokimov. And a save made by Bernard. Back the other way, here's Wilson. Closed off by Crowder, but he's able to get it in deep. Declan Conway now with it, below the end line. Crowder, out of his own end, leading the charge for the Breakers' man advantage. Hits the brakes, trying to slide it down to Infantino, but it's muscled out by the Topeka kill. Yevdokimov, touch pass, and now closing in. Pekarzik shot, rebound. Infantino tried to bury it. Yevdokimov scores! Yaro Yevdokimov, welcome back to the FPHL. A power play goal. Gets one back for the Breakers. Still 19:03 to go here in period 3. It's 4-2. He was the FPHL goals leader with 52 back in 22-23. And with the chances he's had, it was only a matter of time for him to get back on the score sheet. And he does it in his first game as a member of the Biloxi Breakers. Another look at this one. A couple quick opportunities for the Breakers. They actually just showed the celebration. But they pull to within 2. They get one back. Shots are 19 apiece. Both teams do have their timeout. I would imagine one of them will have to burn one at some point here in period 3. As Steinway throws it off the tape of Morrison in deep. Morrison with a burst of speed, working on Gagnon. Those two get locked up, battling in the corner. Gagnon and Morrison, a physical bout in the near side, and now Bernard grabs that one out of the air. That one would have been off goal anyway. 18:42. So the Breakers have not scored an even strength goal this season. which is definitely a bit of a head scratcher through 5+ periods. But all 7 of their goals have come on the power play. 5 in Monroe last weekend and 2 here tonight. False start on the faceoff between Checo and Keller. And the referee's set to do it again. Murphy had it taken away by Conway. Conway able to send it in deep to go chase. Crowder now with it. Back into his own end. Starting things up over to Keller. Fisher tried to drop it back to Keller with room. Keller closing ace, tipped over from behind. Breakers wanted a call, won't get it. Fisher looking to get one on goal, and Bernard will have to hang on to it. It looked like a cross check right into the back of Blake Keller, but maybe just a shove with the gloves instead. So the referees say no call. So now it's going to be Infantino taking the draw against Sneath. Infantino trying to step around Sneath to maintain control. Lucchese jumped in. Now Pekarzik to some ice, shoots, and he missed on the near side. Lucchese bumps it out to the point. Flanagan back down low for his former Watertown teammate, now Breakers teammate, and Infantino. Back around to the near side. It's knocked in by Chandler Lynch. Quick shot from Lucchese. Tried to surprise Sammy Bernard there. And a tough save made. As this one will eventually be ice. Scarecrows will not be able to change their personnel. As Yaro Yevdokimov, the most recent goal scorer. Cowboys over the boards. Thank you to everybody spending their Friday night with us here on Breakers TV. My name's Devin Dobek, the broadcaster and director of media for the Biloxi Breakers. Hope you've tuned into our socials as Henry shoots one. Tipped in front by Yevdokimov. Breakers retain possession. Morrison lost control of it off the tape, and it pinballs back down low. Yevdokimov with it in Gretzky's office, behind the goal. Looking in front for Henry. Henry, turnaround shot. Not sure that one got in on goal. Yevdokimov, ever so smooth. Sends it back down low for Caden Henry. Coiling back up to the top of the circle. Quick shot from Crowder through traffic. And Bernard able to inhale that one into the chest. 16:57 to go here, period 3. Henry set to do the draw again. Try to deke off the draw, and eventually Morrison able to bail him out. Henry looking for Yevdokimov in front and couldn't release the shot that time. This one goes all the way down. Koch stapled into the wall by Cole Crowder with a good, hard, clean hit. Now it's Morrison. Has it go off a Scarecrow on the forecheck of Koash. Koash scored the first goal in Scarecrow's franchise history last Friday. Bank pass on over to Henry, able to receive it off the wall. Waits at the blue line for help. Elects to just backhand it in on the corner. Back out to the point. Pavlov across Yevdokimov. Drop past Conway. Conway closing in, shoots. And Bernard made the save. His helmet fell off. Charlie Penns Jr. up on the top step of the coaches area. $16:10 to go here, period 3. The scorers for the Breakers, Crowder and Yevdokimov. Both of them with ECHL experience. Crowder had 5 games with the Worcester Railers last season. Yevdokimov, just a true veteran. Huge signing for Charlie Penz's group. One of the biggest names to come back to the FPHL this offseason, or rather in season, as he was signed earlier this week. Whalen in the corner. Went right when Conway went left. Pavlov gets it back into Conway. Has got Charbonneau with him. Quick shot. Charbonneau maybe had a little room to skate that in closer, make a move on Bernard. As now Conway with his hands on his head, can't believe it. It looks like the referees might have grabbed him offside. 15:35 remain in period 3. Because of the delayed start, a couple fans, as I survey around the rink here, letting some yawns out. Of course, those are contagious. But I'm pretty fired up for you. Wilson and Lucchese battling over on the wing. Infantino ties up the draw, looking for his winger in Lucchese. Puck spits back out to the Scarecrows. Gagnon, or rather Wilson, touches it in deep, and that will be an icing. Another Ben & Jerry's at the Hard Rock Cafe icing in Biloxi. Shout out to our Puck Out of Play sponsor that you'll be seeing predominantly in the Mississippi Coast Coliseum. Mile High Daiquiris, the official sponsor for Pucks Out of Play. Infantino on back, and now it comes out to Crowder. Blaisdell. The other way, here's Checo into the neutral zone for Thornton. Pekarzik. Can't control it. Steinway back in his own end. Shoved off the puck by Smith. Smith turned him around. Smith with that big handlebar mustache. A trademark of his. Infantino tips him over in front of the goal. Thornton lost control of it. Here's Brandon Lucchese back the other way. Former OHL player himself, Lucchese. Or 12th round pick in the OHL draft, I should say. As this one goes down into the corner, Crowder will pick it up. Smith looking to chase him down. Crowder stretching it out to Yevdokimov, taken down by Gagnon. Back out to the blue line. Koch able to get it out. Pavlov picks it on up. Now in the neutral zone, here's Avery Smith. From north to south, back the other way. Weaves through Pavlov and shoots up and into the netting for a Mile High Daiquiri puck out of play. It's another media timeout. We'll take it. Don't go anywhere. Breakers trying to make this a hockey game. They trail by 2 with 14 plus to go in period 3.
Every new Hyundai from Matt Bowers comes with Matt's lifetime warranty included. That's in addition to Hyundai's America's Best Warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. And Hyundai Owner Assurance. You get both warranties, making a new Hyundai from Matt Bowers an excellent value. Come test drive today at our new showroom in Gulfport, just off Lorraine Road, north of I-10.
Shop smart, buy local. Matt Bowers Hyundai, Gulfport.
Ben & Jerry's is serving up true ice cream euphoria inside the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Biloxi. You're sure to find your new favorite among more than 34 flavors. Let us scoop yours in one of our freshly baked waffle cones. Ben & Jerry's at Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Biloxi, where euphoria awaits.
Trey Fisher set to take the defensive zone draw. I'm sure you can hear the crowd getting into it here at the Stormont Vail Event Center. "14 minutes in period 3. 4-2's our score in favor of the Topeka Scarecrows. As another Mile High Daiquiri puck out of play. These teams will battle once again tomorrow night, 7:05 CST, right here inside Landon Arena at the Stormont Vail Event Center. If you're not making the flight out to Kansas for the evening, please join me once again right here on Breakers TV. On YouTube, Sportfy 106.3 CPR Rocks, or at Walk-Ons in D. Iberville. Happy to welcome our fans there as well. enjoying the Breakers watch party. All the way back, the puck caroms to Gagnon. Papa Petros, his D partner, slides it up to Avery Smith. Smith going to come in and look to lay a hit on Frank Steinway. Steinway tied up in the wall. He takes down Avery Smith. Puck in the skates of Steinway. Kicks free to Koch. Koch, another former Mississippi Seawolf, as the puck from the point by Whalen is gloved by Bouchard. Smith looking to stir the pot with Steinway and Chandler Lynch right in front. Shots 24-21 in favor of the Breakers, but they trail on the scoreboard 4-2. So if you're looking to pull positives, the Breakers have had the shots. Just unfortunately, Sammy Bernard has made more saves than Elwha Bouchard tonight. But Bouch was excellent, stopping 37 after being substituted in as a Colt goaltender against Monroe last weekend. And he completes a really strong tandem as another good glove save from Bouchard there. It's also another Watertown goalie on roster for the Breakers. Not dressed tonight, but a big hello to Garrett Johnson, who I'm sure is watching back in Biloxi. As a scram in front, and now some extracurriculars. Crowder getting involved. Lucchese in the mix as well with Checo. O'Reilly tied up with Infantino. But Garrett, one of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. Very friendly and hope all's well. Infantino set to take the face-off with Corey Checo. Face-off is controlled by the Scarecrows. Quick shot from a low angle by Corey Checo, steered aside by Bouchard. Lucchese pinning Checo into the wall. Eventually lets go. Back into the Breakers end of things. Lucchese picks it up. Taking his time. Off the stick of Pekarzik, he plays it. Goes off the wall in deep. And they're going to say icing. 12:51 remains here. In the first home game in 20 years for the Topeka Scarecrows. Crowder having a quick conversation with the official. Not sure what that was about. As coming in to help this time is Hansen. Lucchese backhanding it around to Hansen. Hansen playing very physical on the wall. Wilson swats it back in, but he was caught offside out of the blue line. Connor Lynn, the Marlborough, Massachusetts native, doesn't seem to agree with the referee's determination. He'll come over to get a second opinion from the guys in the stripes. Mikey Roy heading off the ice, the equipment manager for the Breakers with a breaker. I was taking a look at my notes here and did not catch who it was, but we'll keep an eye on who's not out there, as a loss for the Breakers not ideal here, trailing 4-2. Still plenty of time, 12.5 minutes to go here. If you're joining us on YouTube and Sportfy, happy to have you. Looks like we've got 150 or so viewers on YouTube taking in Breakers TV, so welcome to you all. Lucchese and Wilson collide into the boards after the whistle. Referee's going to get the call. Lucchese wants one. Thornton won't give him it. Crowder coming to play a little sheriff as well back behind the goal, and now Wilson tried to take a low blow at Lucchese. He is hot as he heads back to the Scarecrows bench. Looks like they will not assess a penalty to Lucchese for the hit after the play. Him and Lynn will have a conversation at center ice in between whistles here. Referees break that up. That's that edge, that fire we were talking about with Brandon Lucchese. Brett Riley sharing some thoughts with him over on the bench. into the third hour of our stream here. And thanks to everybody who's been there for every step of the journey here on our first official Breakers TV broadcast. 2-goal game here in Topeka. Shortly, we'll take a look around the league as this likely the last game remaining. Crowder's slap shot goes wide of Bernard. Down low, Yevdokimov gets shimmy shanked around the wall, and then a hard hit on a breaker. And this might warrant some extracurriculars as a breaker is down on the ice. It might be Frank Steinway, who now is back up, but in some pain. And now Yevdokimov getting tied up in there. Love to see one of the newest breakers getting in there to stick up for his teammates. But let's take you around the FPHL. Wow, do we have some scores for you. The Binghamton Black Bears defeated the Danbury Hat-Trick 6-3 at the Visions Veterans Memorial Arena in Binghamton. Still some jawing going on the ice as we speak. Watertown upset the Port Huron Prowlers, who just swept the Danbury Hat-Tricks. Watertown wins that one 6-2 on the road. Blue Ridge Bobcats defeat Columbus in their home opener 4-2. The Athens Rock Lobsters go into Indiana at Hamilton Family Ice Arena and boat race the Sentinels 10-0 the final in that one. The PD Ice Cats take down the Twin City Thunderbirds 6-4. And as expected, this is the last active game in the FPHL. Shout out to all of our listeners around the league tuning in with those games wrapping up. Henry takes a couple stick checks that time, gliding to his backhand. He's got a ton of speed. Crowder shoots, tipped in front, and now a delayed call coming as Henry got boarded by Avery Smith. Brandon Lucchese with a couple words for him as well, as the Breakers are going to head back to the power play. This game's starting to get a little out of hand as the Boo Birds begin to rein in here in Topeka. Looks like the fire alarms are going off inside the Stormont Vale Events Center. They are. That's that. I'm not sure you can tell because it's just above the first level, but there are fire alarms going off. They're not making sounds, but the lights are flickering at every angle here in Topeka. Infantino down low. Hopefully there is no fire because everybody has remained in their seats. Quick shot from Pekarzik turned aside by Bernard. Crowder down low to Yevdokimov. Infantino on over to Yevdokimov once again. Swivels it back to Crowder. Yevdokimov above the circle shoots, and that one deflected down in front. Infantino sends it down low. Pekarzik on his backhand for Infantino outside the circle on the far side. Pekarzik, low angle. Below the end line, banks it back to Infantino. Infantino, Pekarzik. They continue to play catch. Pekarzik gets back his own rebound. Back across to Conway. Conway controls. Yevdokimov shoots, and that one missed. And finally is escorted out by Gordon Whalen. Now here we go, back the other way. Pekarzik in all alone shoots. Good back check from Scott Koash, finding another gear to snuff out that opportunity as the Breakers were threatening after a blown tire at the blue line. Now there's Declan Conway getting hooked a little bit, able to play it over to Keller. Keller has a glance off of his skate. He ties up a Scarecrow and shoves Connor Lind into the wall. Lind had a hold of his stick in a chicken wing-like way, inadvertently. Now Henry to the middle, off the pipe, and out. All the time in the world to shoot. Could have even made a shot fake. And Henry was that close to making it a one-goal game. Fisher over to Henry. Henry with room, shoots again. Another save made by Bernard. And the puck off the stick of Henry eventually exits the zone. Breakers will have to reset. 10 seconds to go on the penalty to Avery Smith. Keller at the goal line, tried to tuck it in through the legs of Bernard, and it goes wide. Shots 27-23 Breakers. Smith right out of the box, 2-on-1 with Checo, and he threw it right behind him. Bouchard gets taken down in the crease. That's going to warrant a response. I believe that's Trey Fisher in there. You don't touch a goalie. Bouchard in there as well. Smith swinging. Fisher said, "You cannot touch my goalie." Corey Checo, who's on the ground, he just tackled him. That's how you got to stick up for your goalie. That's the culture and the identity that Charlie Pens is looking to build here in Biloxi. You love to see that kind of energy because there's no place for running the goaltender. Of course, the pass was behind him. He was off balance. But both Checo and Fisher are going to go for 2. That's going to be Fisher's 3rd minor. And that one probably well-deserved. Of course, the Breakers might have head to the power play had Fisher not reacted. But to see someone run your goalie and then do nothing is not exactly what a coach wants to see. So if you're Charlie Pens, granted it's the 3rd period late, maybe I'm not sure what his opinion is. I don't want to speak for him, but it looks like Vlad Pavlov is being escorted over the bench as well. Is there a world the Breakers go shorthanded here? It is a media timeout. We're keeping it here because everything's being sorted out. Pavlov's going to take a seat as well. So I'd be curious to see what the penalty sheet will read, because it was Checo that warranted all the extracurriculars, rocking Bouchard. And the Breakers' response, they're going to end up shorthanded. We'll take a quick break.
The Mississippi Gulf Coast is where community and teamwork come together, on and off the ice. Foshi Residential is proud to support the Biloxi Breakers as they bring the heat to the rink this season. Foshi Residential manages 3 unique apartment communities along the coast, each offering modern finishes, resort-style amenities, and a location that puts coastal living right at your doorstep. Ready to find your community? Visit foshiresidential.com/Biloxi Breakers for more information.
At Superior Optical Lab, we're proud to be certified as a service-disabled, veteran-owned small business and to provide quality eyewear to veterans to whom we all owe our freedom. Thank you for your service.
We welcome you back. They were just showing the wreck of the game on the video board there. So they did add Avery Smith to the penalty box. So looks like we're going to continue to skate 5-on-5. And each party involved in that scrum will be given a penalty. It looks like they're going to add another Scarecrow. It's Quinn O'Reilly in the box. This is definitely a tough one to sort out for the officials, doing the best that they can. They might be giving an extra penalty to Checo for running the goalie initially. Don't want to speculate too much, but it certainly checks out that, yes, they looks like Corey Checo's the only penalty that will hurt either side. So Biloxi will head to the man advantage for what feels like the 90th time tonight. So they gave Checo 2 for charging, 2 for roughing. That's how it eventually worked out. And then the PA announcer kind of reading him like he did something good, reading his name. That was a little interesting. He ran the goalie. So here we go. Breaker Nation, buckle up. 9:18 to go here in period 3. Headed back to the man advantage. Pekarzik, Infantino, and Yevdokimov make up the power play forward line. Conway and Crowder, the defensive pair. Out to Conway. Over to Crowder. Crowder holds. And he was dusting it off a little too much. Sent it out of the... and it hopped over the blue line. Charlie Pens Jr. has got the whiteboard out over on the bench. Looks like he might be drawing something up for his second power play unit as they all have their heads turned looking at their leader. Conway. Back across. Crowder. Touch pass down low to Infantino. Infantino reels it in. Over to Pekarzik. Cycling it around to Conway. Pekarzik now. Darting through the circle. Turns back away out. Top of the key. Conway shoots. Tipped in front by Yevdokimov. and goes way wide. You have Dokimov down low. Quick one-touch pass over to Conway. Gets through everybody. Fortunately, Topeka couldn't clear there, and eventually they do, courtesy of Wilson. You have Dokimov right back the other way. Pekarzik over to him. You have Dokimov, the wraparound looking in front, and it goes wide. Towards the blue line now. Just under a minute remaining on Corey Checo for his penalty. Quinn O'Reilly serving the 2 minutes for him. He will join the Scarecrows on the ice when all's said and done. Keller just got hit with the puck coming out of the Breaker bench, and it looks like Biloxi is going to get a too many men penalty. Blake Keller in the wrong place at the wrong time. Doing a special weather report for the ride home. It's going to be 67 for the Topeka fans heading home. Probably around the same back home in Biloxi. As Xavier Charbonneau has been selected to go serve the 2 minutes for Blake Keller for too many men. Just a victim of the circumstance that time were the Breakers. Fans banging on the glass behind the Breakers, shaking it. You can't do that. There's got to be some sort of security down there stopping them. Crowder over the blue line. Right around Papa Petros. Hits the brakes hard. Shakes Papa Petros. Looking for Steinway now. Skating 4-on-4 for the next 25 seconds or so. Nice move from Henry through the legs of a defender. To the goal. He goes. Loose puck. Steinway battling but had his stick lifted. And now here comes Topeka. Will be sent on in by Whalen. Caden Henry wheeling back around the other way. Breakers just moments away from going back shorthanded to a Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. And now they are on the Raven and Rose tattoo penalty kill. Here comes the Scarecrows looking in front. And another time Bouchard is run over. And that's going to warrant some extracurriculars again. That time in the middle of it was Sneath, and now Lucchese not having it. Bouchard getting involved. Bouchard's throwing some punches at what looks to be Papa Petros. Steinway now coming to protect his goaltender. Lucchese with his blood boiling has a hold of Scott Koash. And now Steinway and Papa Petros continue to jaw with each other. I mean, there's got to be a time where you say, this is getting out of hand. Declan Flanagan was the Breaker that was hurt. He comes back from the corner area. So Charlie Pence has got one of his defensemen back. But Scott Koash is going to go to the box. That's the second time in 5 minutes that Bouchard's been run like that. Carter Thornton, his former Watertown teammate, continuing to chirp Bouchard. And once again, we might have a bit of an extended delay to sort all this out. The net is about 4 feet off its bearings because about 3 Breakers after they saw Koash run Bouchard picked the net up and pushed it back so they could get some licks in on Koash for taking out their goaltender. The penalty box is standing room only, as it seems down there. There's a lot of bodies in there. Both teams definitely down a decent amount of skaters. Lucchese heads off to the box as well. Charbonneau serving the too many men penalty. We'll see how they eventually sort this out. Lucchese probably given the roughing penalty. Avery Smith still in the box. Scott Koash just been added. A late night of FPHL action. 10:17 Central Time. To our friends still with us on the East Coast, it's getting close to bedtime, but it is a Friday night, so we're happy you're keeping it here on Breakers TV for the Scarecrows and the Breakers. My name's Devin Doback. Happy to be along with you for this season. Robbie Nichols rocking an orange cummerbund. I think I said that right. Over on the bench as we get a quick shot of him. And so the referees getting the net back on its bearings. There hasn't been a fight tonight, and I'm not sure there will be this late in the hockey game. Everybody getting a little tired and run down. Of course, you know, if you're the Breakers, you don't want to scrap when you're still chasing 2 goals. But I would imagine in light of Bouchard getting run twice and Justin Schmidt returning to the Scarecrows lineup tomorrow night, there will be some fisticuffs. So still ironing everything out here, trying to catch our breath. If you're just joining us, let's take another minute. I've showed it a couple times, but just so you can get the scene here in the Topeka home opener, the calm before the storm. And now there was about 6,000 people that would come into those doors moments later. You can see the line outside pregame. This was at 5:30 when the fans began to file in. Very excited. It's been 20 years without pro hockey here, and now it's back. And you can see that guy just sprinting up the stairs. He wants to get to his seat ASAP. But back to the action here, as it looks like everything's been ironed out. Or not quite. Charlie Pence Jr. still conferencing with the officials. He looks pretty upset. I'm not sure if it's going to be... Looks like the Breakers are still shorthanded. I will say the officials have done a decent job tonight. It's been tough, especially here in this third period when you've had Bouchard get run twice and then a whole bunch of extracurriculars without anyone dropping the gloves. I'm sure that that is an essay in its own right for them to script. Shout out to the off-ice officials down in between the glass as well. And the job they've been doing to stay on top of everything here in Topeka. .706 to go here. In period 3, 4-2, Topeka leads. Faceoff is won by Biloxi. The Karzik had it knocked away. Scarecrows are confirmed a man up. Not sure they can play those loud graphics during play, but here we are. Inside 7 minutes to go. And absolutely zero rushes. Connor Lind is now, he will hustle his way down the ice. Chips it past Steinway in deep. Flanagan looking to close him off. Flanagan knocked him on the wrist. Wilson back across for Blaisdell. Over to the near side, off the wall. It caroms out into the neutral zone once again. Shots 27-23, Breakers. Now back the other way. Koch looking for options. And he sends it off the side of the cage. Thornton. On over to Koch again. Top of the key. Near side circle to Blaisdell. And now knocked away. Here's Fisher with bodies out of the box. He missed Charbonneau. And that's one Fisher would have liked to have back. Could have been a 3-on-1. But coming hot out of the box, it looked like he wasn't ready. And now Breakers are at full strength. Charbonneau, oh my goodness, a paddle save from Sammy Bernard. Highway robbery of Xavier Charbonneau's first professional goal. That was off the fat part of the stick in front of a wide open goal. Is now a high stick to the face of Cole Crowder, and the Breakers are going to head to a man advantage. Holy penalties. Guilty party this time appears to be, once again, Jakob Wolf. Yeah, this game's starting to get very chippy here. But Sammy Bernard, credit where credit's due. What a save he just made to rob Charbonneau. Unbelievable paddle save. And if you've got a 4-3 game going into the final 5 minutes, anything can happen. Breakers will have another opportunity to get that third goal here with 2 minutes on the man advantage. Face-off is controlled by the Breakers on the power play. Pass to Pekarzik, back to Conway. Conway on over to Crowder. Crowder down low, looking in front, and it's pinballing around into the glove where it's trapped by Bouchard, or rather Bernard. .5:18 to go, game clock, power play clock, 109 seconds on it for the Breakers to cut the deficit in half. Out to the point. Crowder had it somehow glance off of his stick back into the neutral zone, attempting to make the pass. Pekarzik through the Scarecrow at center. Looking for Yevdokimov. He gets it back down low to Pekarzik again. It comes out to the point for Conway. Conway tried to get it on goal. It goes wide to the far corner. Henry. Couple nifty stick handling moves. Now slides it down low. Tried to dart to the goal. Yevdokimov looking in front. And this one will be sent off. Might have been a little forced that time. So now you have Yevdokimov looking to chase it down with Norwinski, banging him into the wall. Henry at the circle, or rather the hash, shoots, and it goes wide and all the way back into the Breakers' end. Shots 28-23 Breakers. Topeka has not been able to muster much offense tonight. The Breakers have had all the momentum with the only goal here in period 3. Here's Morrison. Banging in the wall with Gagnon. Wins it. Gets it over to Henry. Henry peels behind the goal. Tried to center one. Crowder pinching up from his defensive spot. Able to control it. Sends it out to Conway. Conway just tried to find a spot on goal for that one. Into the corner. Breakers remain in possession. Crowder back down low. Nice strong play with the puck down low by Morrison. He's taken down in the wall. Gagnon continues to work on him. Couple collisions. Conway spins one on goal. He's got like 4 shot attempts on this shift, it feels like. On goal again by Yevdokimov. No, Bernard says. 3:30 to go as the Scarecrows are back to even strength. Yevdokimov looking in front for Morrison. Goes wide. Crowder now sends it towards the goal. Henry banged into by Papapetros. Wolf fresh out of the box, able to pick it out of the gaggle of sticks in the near wall. Conway thought it went out of play. He'll come back to get it here and send it to the near side for Yevdokimov. Across the blue line. Gets it in deep off the deflection of Sneap. Infantino overskated it. Backhands it back to Crowder. Crowder rubbed off into the wall by Thornton. And now here comes Avery Smith. One-on-one against Flanagan. Flanagan closing him off. Smith doesn't even get it on goal. Good effort from Flanagan that time. Smith to the top of the key. Keller tried to poke it out. Smith kicks it back in deep. Now down low. Here's Cole Crowder. Into the neutral zone. Sneath. Pancake flips it into the glove of Bouchard, and that will be, I believe, our final media timeout here. We will take it. Breakers trailing by 2. Running out of time to make a miracle. We'll be back in a splash.
Strength isn't built in a single race. It's earned, mile after mile, pedal after pedal, step after step. The same endurance that drives athletes to the finish line fuels the steady hands and sharp focus required in surgery. It's about resilience, precision, and commitment, in competition and in the operating room. Because true performance means showing up with excellence, no matter the arena.
Final 2:26 in period 3. Shot off the faceoff, never got through. And the puck finds its way back to the Topeka end. Lind back skating behind his own goal, knocked away by Keller. Keller looking for Hansen. Hansen on goal. Save made by Bernard. Curtis Hansen in the right place at the right time, just couldn't find a home for it. Keller, toe dragging, doesn't do much to shake Connor Lind. And then a couple breakers go down. Keller wanted a call. And now this one will be sent the length and an icing. Another Ben & Jerry's at the Hard Rock Cafe icing, that is. Shots 30-23 now. The Breakers with their season high shot total of 30 right now. Eloi Bouchard has stopped 19 of 23 that have come his way. But he's made some massive saves in big moments to keep his team in the game. Off the faceoff, you have Dakamov hammered that one up and into the netting. We'll do it again. Minute 54 remains. Breakers chasing 2. We'll keep an eye on Bouchard. Imagine if they win the faceoff, Charlie Pens will have to begin to think about pulling him off. But now with Topeka in possession, he will stay home. It's going to be dumped on in. It looks like we're just going to continue to play ice the puck here. Have not seen much of Thomas Murphy here in period 3. He had a pair of goals in the hockey game, his career high 2. Also a pair of minor penalties. But he resides on the bench for Robbie Nichols' group. An energy line got. And it looks like Charlie Pens will use his timeout now. So we will step aside for our final break of the day and be right back right here on Breakers TV.
Fly in for a daiquiri that scores every time. Mile High Daiquiris is an aviation-themed daiquiri shop in the official daiquiri of the Biloxi Breakers. Open 7 days a week and offering 15 refreshing flavors, Jell-O shots, beer, and even a non-alcoholic daiquiri. They supply mobile daiquiris for weddings, birthday parties, and events. Only 4.6 miles west of the Mississippi Gulf Coast Coliseum. Grab your crew and come try the best daiquiris on the Gulf Coast where flavor takes flight. Become a frequent flyer at 1107 Cohen Road, Suite B, Gulfport.
Out of the timeout, the Breakers with the goalie pulled at 6-on-5. Conway just trying to find any home for it. Instead, it'll be chipped on up to Koash. Does Koash have the angle? He does. The Scarecrows will close out this one with a dagger being planted by Scott Koash from the empty net. So with that, the Breakers' chance at a comeback looks to have all but diminished. And they'll have to turn their focus to tomorrow night, coming back in against this same group, and then they'll be seeing them at least a half dozen times more this season, including at home. So fans, they get excited to see an entertaining hockey game tomorrow night and the rest of the way. Breakers win the draw. Crowder off the stick of Yevdokimov. It goes in deep. Whalen below the goal. Goes up to O'Reilly. And now that one off the glass. Infantino trying to control it in the corner. Back out to the point, Conway. Tried to swat it towards the goal. Instead, he will be harassed back towards his own end. 1 minute remaining here in regulation. O'Reilly looking in the middle for Wilson. Wilson back in the skates. O'Reilly was setting up in front of the goal. Crowder continuing to ragdoll. Wilson on the wall. Wilson grabbed his arms and took Crowder down with him. And Wilson showing that he's happy, and Crowder pleading his case. He just grabbed my hand and went down when I pushed him. Crowder definitely got his licks in before that, but it looks like there will be some scores to be settled tomorrow night. Papa Petros with some words as well for Crowder. .40 seconds to go. Charlie Penn's going to put some energy on the ice with Charbonneau, Henry, Lucchese, and Conway. Papa Petros back off to Smith. Smith for Papa Petros. They continue to play catch. Smith looking cross ice for Koash. Knocked away by a breaker. Inside 30 seconds to go. Papa Petros loads up. Passes it Smith. Smith shoots. Save Bouchard. Papa Petros back on over for Whalen. Drops it for Koash. Papa Petros holding. 10 seconds to go. Koash shoots. Save made by Bouchard. And the Breakers will clear it this time. And Topeka, in their home opener, is able to run away with this one. A 5-2 victory. They defeat the Breakers here. Breakers will go console their goaltender, Elwha Bouchard, as the Scarecrow faithful begin to celebrate what will be the first of hopefully a long time in professional hockey for them here. Great venue here at the Stormont Vale Event Center, but unfortunately did not go the way the Breakers were looking for. So back to the drawing board for tomorrow. The Breakers looking for their first win in franchise history. We'll take a quick break and come back for a brief post-game show right here on Breakers TV. Stick around. We welcome you back to the Breakers TV postgame show. My name's Devin Dobek along with you. The Breakers fall by a final score tonight of 5-2. It was a good, hard-fought battle, of course. Topeka opened it up. It was all the momentum they needed with this huge pregame show. They had cruisers on the ice, Robbie Nichols entering on a Jeep, everybody with an American flag. The energy was in the right place for Topeka tonight. But are they going to be able to replicate that tomorrow night? That becomes the question. Charlie Penn's Jr. is not a guy who likes to lose. He showed that in Watertown in his first stint last season. And tomorrow night, I expect a very physical and chip on their shoulder Breakers group to come on out here. But let's take you through the box score. It was Thomas Murphy opening the scoring at 5:10 from Quinn O'Reilly to make it 1-0, his first of the season. TJ Sneed then scored at 12:13 from Connor Lynn and Elijah Wilson to double the lead at 2-0. But the Breakers would get one back, courtesy of Cole Crowder on the power play from Declan Conway to make it 2-1. We headed to the second period. The shots, well, we'll get to the shots momentarily, but in the second period, Thomas Murphy strikes again with his first multi-goal game of his career to make it 3-1 from O'Reilly and Checo. Elijah Wilson on the power play in the final minute of period 2 made it 4-1 from Sneath and Checo. But the Breakers would open period 3 on the power play with Yaro Yevdokimov welcoming himself back to the FPHL with his first goal as a Biloxi Breaker from Infantino and Pekarzik. And then finally, the empty netter is credited to Scott Koash from Hugo Koch and Avery Smith. So that's where we'll leave you. The final shot totals tonight might surprise you, 30-26 in favor of the Biloxi Breakers, but they fall here, of course, 5-2. Bernard was the better goaltender tonight, but Eloi Bouchard did everything he could to keep his team in the game. Thank you all so much for tuning in wherever you're tuning in to us from, whether it's on our YouTube Breakers TV, on Sportfy Breakers TV, on 106.3 CPR Rocks FM, or if you're at Walk-Ons in D'Iberville, we hope that you enjoyed the game there as well. It was an absolute blast to bring you all the action. We'll be back tomorrow night, 7:05 CST. The Breakers and the Scarecrows set to do it again. But that just about wraps it up for myself, Devin Doback. Thanks to everybody so much for joining. And always remember to live the dream. We will see you tomorrow night.
Let's continue and join us.